Good evening, everybody, and welcome to a Saturday evening edition of the Low Budget LCS. We are fortunate to have the financial finals here for you. Now, good evening, everybody. I have stream audio on. Don't pay attention to that. I have flown back to my home PC setup for this. Now, I'm just gonna come out here and say this. Currently experiencing some pretty exciting technical difficulties. It seems our friendly low-budget LCS devs have been hard at work, so please do bear with me with this transition here, because the current way that this draft tool works and how it synchronizes with OBS is causing some issues. However, I wanted to get us some nice lo-fi jazz to rock out this series too, and get a look at these picks so Boss Kitty can talk to you about what's going on while I attempt to fix things.
Yeah, welcome everybody. So we got the draft going here. Pretty standard picks across the board so far. We got a Wukong B1, which we saw a lot around the Worlds time, around Worlds meta. These fighting junglers, extra high priority right now. We are currently in the second phase, so we have 3 champions locked in for each team, and have now just locked in the 4th for SYN City. I don't know if you can see this draft, but what are you thinking so far, Boba?
Yes, the draft should be on screen, albeit formatted a bit poorly. I am a Wukong stan. Wukong took me to Diamond the last time I went, and so I have to love Wukong. That being said, I do happen to know Wukong has some issues, because whenever you play a champion a bunch, you know that champion's issues. So it is looking at Lilia. I think Lilia can be a little bit scary for Wukong. Wukong is a little bit weak in terms of the clear overall, and as such, that can be potentially here. This is a little bit better. It's not a lot better, gamers, but we're working on it. So we are, looking at a potentially difficult top for Wukong to play into. Wukong really thrives when he's diving into a mobile champions. So far, the majority of SYN City are quite mobile. Now, that being said, Wukong with Cyclone one-shots Lilia. Now, you blow your team fighting tool, but you can absolutely one-shot Lilia. I think Omega Gaming Unleashed squad is a little bit more straightforward, a little bit more front to back. You have the engage from the Nautilus. You have the, flanking from the Aurora. You have Scion engage if you need it. You have Scion on side. Ashe Nautilus, very aggressive, can run you down. On the other hand, SYN City's composition seems to be a lot more focused in and around the playmaking. So it's our old favorite, solid comp draft versus ease of execution.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see some tools for both teams to get some stuff done. The Alawi pick on R5 is very interesting to me. We've seen the Scion be a problem throughout most tournaments this year. Just infinite scaling, kind of just immovable wall for your team. And you were mentioning they like to play front to back, and Scion is perfect for that. But I think this Alawi against a short-range team comp like Omega have could be a really good value R5 pick here. So we'll see how they make use of it. But besides that, you did mention the Wukong into mobile carries. And like you said, all of them are really mobile. Like, even the Milio has some peel tools. The Lilia can run around. Yone, Tristana have dashes. So it may be hard to play the monkey in this game unless they really got some good moves set up.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, though. I'm excited for it. I do need to keep changing some more things in the background, but I will go ahead and get the old prediction going here. I also do like Omega's name. Omega Gaming UncLeashed is their name here. So you degenerates, the gambling halls are now open. I'm gonna put something out there, okay? I've been seeing low schmeckle numbers this season. I've been seeing rookie numbers. I've been seeing weak sauce shit. Okay? Now, I love every single one of our viewers, okay? Truly from the bottom of my heart. But I feel like we're being a little bit too risk averse here. I think I want to see 10K each pot minimum. That's my call out.
Yeah, I mean, get your bets in as soon as you can. As for myself, I think I like Omega's team comp more. Just based on what you were talking about earlier a little bit too, that ease of execution. You know, they get the Nautilus hook into the Ash arrow or vice versa. They have a lot of CC to catch these carries. And I think it's just a little bit easier to play that type of team comp. You have Scion in front, you have Nautilus to make plays, you have Wukong and Aurora on flank, and Ash is just there as probably one of the best ADCs in the meta right now. So I really like what they got going for them. And if I were playing this game, I would definitely want to be on Omega's side.
Yeah, I think Omega's comp a little bit more straightforward. Angel, I will straight up go in with you on that bet. But I would need another mod to close out the bet. So if there's another mod in chat who can commit to closing out the bet and can commit to watching this whole game, because I don't want to force anyone to stay for the whole time. All right, Brickachu says they'll do it. So you said what? 10K? You're gonna put 10K on SYN, and I'm gonna put 10K on Omega. Okay. Here, I'll do it.
That's a risky bet, but I like.
Let's see, 990. Oh wait, I need like 994. I accidentally did 10,100. There you go.
In the draft here, it looks like the SYN have locked Alawi in the jungle. Is that typical for this team?
Things might be out of order here, because I don't think they're running Lilia top.
I don't think so either, but that's what I'm seeing.
I know there was a bug a while ago where everyone would be out of order in the This is interesting. I don't actually know.
Well, I guess we'll see once we get in the game, but I bet they're just in the wrong order by mistake. I've not seen an Alawi jungle, I think, ever. So I'd be very, very surprised to see it now. But
yeah,
we are just going through the draft in client. Oh, yeah, go for it.
If anyone has the inside scoop on that, do let us know. Actually, I could probably figure out the inside scoop if you give me a second, but
Yeah, I mean, we got plenty of time. They're finishing up the drafting client right now, so we should be in the game relatively shortly. What I will say is, as a support player myself, I'm looking at the support matchup. We did get the blind pick Emilio, which was very interesting in draft. Often you don't see that because you can have some supports that counter it pretty hard if they outrange you, if they can be like a blitzcrank and pull you in. Pretty rough. But it looks like Omega opted into the Nautilus counter pick, which I think is probably the best of those engaged supports. At least Milio can't just kick Nautilus away and he's useless. He does have the ultimate. He does have the other forms of CC. So, interesting draft strategy from the support perspective, at least.
Yeah. I'm very interested to see how this goes. I do think Milio, nice matchup in a Nautilus. Exciting to watch. I'm excited to watch its mid lane. I mean, Yone always, to be honest, a little obnoxious. I am also, I want to say, for the folks at home, I am dressed up for this. I'll give you a little something to give you an idea. If you can hear that, you know what that is? Those are my suspenders. Okay, I'm all gussied up for this match. The viewers at home, so I'm looking for a fun, clean game. As we are going to go ahead and wait for the spectator delay. It is interesting that everyone else is in order but Lilia and... Oh no, Lilia is in order now.
Oh, yeah, it was a bug. I see it. Okay, interesting.
Okay.
I wonder if they just picked like that and then swapped in the second phase.
Yeah.
Maybe they were trying to pull something over, be a little tricky. I don't know.
It could have been... Was Lilia picked first?
Yeah, it was Lilia then Alawi. And maybe they just traded champs after.
Yeah, so it could have been that someone was like, "Oh, we'll pick in the order that we did, drafting."
Oh, yeah, that would make sense.
But yeah, very excited for this game. This is the Financial League Finals. So the accumulation of a season of work here for both teams coming through.
It all comes down to this.
Let me go ahead and take a look here. The playoff bracket, see both of these teams' runs. Sin City came in as the B1 seed. Omega Gaming came in as the A1 seed. So it is kind of the expected run coming through the season up here through to the finals. A1 versus B1. So really, if you're from Financial and you're watching this, right? If you were playing in A, you want Omega Gaming to win, because then you get to have the cope of, well, my division was the hardest division because the one seed from my division won. And if you're from the B division, then obviously you would want Sin City to come along. So, a battle of B1 versus A1. You'll love to see it. No script writing here. This is just straight math.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Strongest two teams out of their groups, out of their divisions, and here they are. All comes down to this one best of 5 in the finals. So far, they are setting themselves up for success. We'll see how they carry through in the game, as the spectator delay is almost up here.
Yep.
Should be in very shortly.
We will be getting into game here for the game 1 of these Financial League Finals. Now, selfishly, perhaps, I'm maybe hoping for a little bit of a 3-0, one way or the other. So whoever wins this first game has somewhat of my loyalty. I'm trying to remain unbiased over here for reasons that some people may know. But yeah, I'm gonna play some dramatic intro music because I like to. We look here on our Financial League gamers coming here into the finals here. Kiwi, not important, is actually slightly out of order. Fallen Artemis, Princeton, Adjustment, Vicro. Cheap Faker is what I'm going to call that. Canela, we'll show them all, and Triple Net.
Yes, and I'm in game now. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I am seeing what you're seeing.
Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and adjust the order of the Alawi Lilia for myself here too.
Yep.
But level 1 has started here. One thing I want to point out is we have the Ignite on the Nautilus into the heal on the Milia, which is a pretty nice small bit of counter there. If you Ignite before the heal goes off, it's obviously reduced, which is very nice. Besides that, I'm not seeing too much in terms of runes or spells. That's super interesting. All pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, pretty solid, and both teams opting for a 5-point here. It's finals. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of games that have gone into this. Neither team, really wanting to throw a coin flip early game. Just respecting. Well, it's more of a 4-point here for the side of Sin City, but it does not appear that has been sniffed out. Music so loud.
They did drop a word.
Thank you, because I don't always know what it sounds like coming out of the mixer. So, yeah, send that feedback. We will fix it right on up for you.
It looks like they are starting on opposite sides of the map. It looks like Not Important is on the top side here, so we'll be heading towards that bot side. Whereas Fallen Artemis has chosen to start on the red buff, so we will see junglers on opposite sides of the map for this. I imagine that Artemis wants to get that full clear in, be able to maybe gank the Alawi early, kind of shut down that counter matchup. Whereas the Lilia has decided to opt for the
you
best
see a hook right in from Vicro. It's not going to be anything for right now. Some good harass back there onto Adjustment.
And here's that Scion, always just stacking up the HP, feels like such a free lane phase. But so far, all the lanes are pretty calm, going about as you'd expect, as those junglers are marching along.
Yeah, that Decimating Smash is doing wonders here in the level 1 for Kiwi. Yeah, Lilia absolutely going to be going for a full clear. Going to be going for a high tempo full clear flash forward, though, from Vicro. We'll show them all. Might be in a little trouble, but playing Tristana, it's easy to get in, it's easy to get out.
True. Nice flash hook and nice use of that level 2 level up timer there for Vikro, but unfortunately is able to just hop away. So not much gained from that advantage there, but
yeah, that is gonna be
well
here,
played.
Bird. Ooh, top lane. We're seeing a lot of damage go down here onto Sheep Faker, but utilizing those tentacle smashes, doing quite a bit of damage. The soul almost gonna get taken out. Not quite. Kiwi having that shield. W forward, but now we're gonna go back to bot lane, and the hook this time has landed onto Triple Net, who is receiving that ignite, but is gonna be fine underneath the turret. Adjustment and Vikra, though, playing very aggressively. However, they are currently weak-sided.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to have to deal with this Lily here pretty shortly, but I think we're seeing some of the aggression that probably took Omega here to the finals as they're looking for the gank.
Top lane, Sheep Faker hiding in the bush, using that W to try and close some of the distance, but a nice Decimator Smash to the first blood is going to be going over to Kiwi here. Fallen Artemis finding that, and now we'll show them all going forward. The Nautilus Q is going to land. Adjustment going to be forced to barrier here as W forward, flash out as well, so that is going to be all the sums out of the bot lane for Omega Gaming Uncleashed.
What a great look there, and now we're getting action in all the lanes early. The Wukong is able to get top lane and get it done, as this mid lane matchup is pretty miserable for that Yone. But we'll show them all. It does have a very good engage there, had the level advantage, knew that they were on power spike, and with Emilio behind the Tristana, that extra range is so nice to get those extra stacks of the bomb. So
yeah,
well
not
played.
important. Maybe going a little bit too far forward. Here goes Fallen Artist. Fallen Artist only level 3 to non-importance level 4. And that is going to be the disadvantage of the Wukong here versus Lilia, but he is going to opt into that trade. Good amount of damage going forward. On Wukong here, it's honestly so massive to get that assist early, because Wukong does not have great ganking early, right? He has no crowd control. He can just whack you with a stick. So being able to have an impact on the map that early is very important, especially because, as you can we can kind of see, the Lilia is sitting on double the Wukong's farm right now. Lilia clears like an absolute demon. Wukong, until he gets his first item or so, really clears kind of like he's hitting the camps with a pool noodle. Ugh, I'm not doing waffles right now, King. I just got back from a wedding. I have not had time to set that up.
Yeah, but good points all around here, as the hook does go wide, but that farm gap is something we're going to have to keep an eye on in the jungle there, as you mentioned. It is a little rough for the Wukong, which I can see why Not Important wanted the Lilia into this. But I think this mid-jungle, as we saw on display not too long ago, is a pretty important part of the team for both of these teams. But so far, it looks like Omega is able to kind of push the issue a little more moving forward. I think this Aurora is putting in a lot of work for that mid-control.
Yeah, you know, Yone has a pattern of trading that is obnoxious, but it is a pattern. It is exploitable, and it looks like Princeton is able to exploit that here out of Canela. Pretty nicely, 40 farm to 25, quite a bit.
Indeed. And it is rough just to be a melee versus ranged in any matchup, any lane, and we're definitely seeing the effects of that here. I will say this Alawi has looked pretty strong, despite SYN getting the early kill. This lane is completely in the control of Sheep
Hook
right
forward,
now.
but the W is going to pull Vikro a little bit. Vikro taking quite a bit of damage. This dragon may be on the menu, but it is tense.
It is, and I think that this dragon's a little hard to contest for both teams right now. We definitely have the Tristana with higher early damage on the side of SYN, but this
Sheep
Nautilus
does
has way more value. Whew, that was way too close for comfort there.
Yeah, but you know when you're a top
for
laner,
those top laners,
you take that because you're going to get the TP resource. That's what you call from that. But you know, obviously would like the kill as well. We do see that TP going to be used top, and we are going to see Sin City starting up this Drake seemingly uncontested. Not important, still in the area versus Fallen Artemis. It's going to be over there on the top side, so that is going to be the first objective going over to the side of Sin City.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they didn't want to fight this. You know, they have the mid pressure with Aurora. They have a CC bot lane, but opting to just give it over. They'll fight the next one.
Yeah, I think it was partially a jungle tempo issue. You know, Wukong has to get back, start clearing those camps. There's still a pretty good chunk of CS down, so couldn't just sort of wait in the area with all time. But is going to be spotted out here. Fallen Artemis pulled forward, taking some damage. be able to get the majority of that camp, though, and get out. Hook in from Vikro is going to land onto a minion. Auto onto will show them all, but Adjustment taking a lot of damage from that bomb. And barriering, even.
Yeah, mistimed the barrier just slightly, but that's alright. The spot lane is getting a little rough. Now it's harder for Vikro to look for these engage angles. Mayo can kick you away, provide those shields, make your damage kind of meaningless. So it is getting a little bit rougher on the bot side of the map here for Omega.
Yeah, and you know, there's a couple things that are happening nice for Sin City right now. Canela is catching back up in CS. On the other hand, Fallen Artemis, because of that dragon play, was able to make some headway in closing that farm gap with the Lilia, which is going to be important. Wukong really becomes a champion once you hit that level 6, and I'm going to click on his portrait, see if we can figure out... Wait, why am I not seeing the portrait? So, is not... Oh, actually, just Ding 6. Just Ding 6. We are going to be seeing that come through, which is important for these grubs. Not Important has one, but Not Important has to be careful here, because, yep, there goes the Cyclone. Looking to go back in and still do the damage, throwing the Q. Fallen Artemis incredibly low, is going to be taken out before they can ultimately die, but here comes the Aurora ultimate looking onto Not Important there. But Aurora might be in a little bit of trouble, as here comes a ton of damage, and the slow will come through from their soul, and Sheep Faker looking to set it down with a tentacle. 2 kills, 2-1 in that particular engage, with... I think only 1 grub going over overall right now.
Yeah, what an interesting fight, and that was well played by both sides. The CC chain with a sleep into the Yone ultimate there just put Fallen Artemis into the ground as that started. A nice pickup from Princeton, almost made it out, but those tentacles never stop reaching, it feels, and they do go down at the back end of that play. Now we have more fighting.
Might be in a little bit of trouble, but here comes Vikro to the rescue. We'll show them all. Force Youth Vario flashing away, but here comes Fallen Artemis. There goes the ultimate from the Melia, but it's not quite going to be enough. And now, Melia might be in a little trouble as Blue Team claims the feat of warfare, biting off a little bit more than they can chew. Not important. Perhaps looking to come and save the soccer boy, but is just going to opt not to get involved in that mess. Clear their camps.
Yeah, that was a really good punch back there from Omega. Wanted to get something done. They found We'll Show Them All fighting, and were able to punish it with a really nice flash hook like we saw earlier. So, good punch back. They're still now up ahead in 2 kills, and did get that feat of warfare from that play. The grubs are still on the map. We got more trading in the mid lane, and we got another dragon in about 1 minute and 50 seconds. So there's a lot to play for both these teams coming up real soon.
Yeah. Grub's still up. I'm surprised to not see Not Important claiming a second grub for that second tick of the feats of monster slaying, but, you know, Lilia Brain does say farm as fast as possible, so I get it.
Absolutely. And it looks like they are pathing right up towards that top side, so maybe looking for it here soon. Both junglers are going to be there, so it's going to kind of depend on how well these solo lanes can keep pressure. Obviously, pressure should be towards Omega in the mid lane, but this Alawi has been giving SYN a lot of topside pressure lately, so we'll see how this fight goes.
Yeah. Sheep Faker looking good, Not Important. Looking to claim that second feat of monster slaying, which I feel like once you have 2, it's very easy to get the third. You just trade a dragon for a Rift Herald, or you take whichever one the other team doesn't want, and that all but secures it, which means that, you know, once this second grub goes down, which there it goes, we are going to be looking really at which tower is going to fall first. And on that front, there's a Tristana on one of these teams.
There is. She is a tower destroyer, to put it lightly, as it looks like both of those grubbies will go over to the side of SYN. They now have all 3 grubs and that first dragon. So like you said, as long as they get one of the next 2 objectives, it really comes down to whoever gets this tower first. And so far, I think SYN's winning on both fronts. This top lane tower has been chunked by the Alawi, bot lane tower has been chunked by the Tristana, and they are getting some gold from those plays, but noticeably are still down in gold overall, mostly from that kill difference.
Yeah, kill difference doing big work here for Omega Gaming Unleashed, finding the better of the PvP engages, but the macro game being played very nicely here by the side of Sin City. It is so fun to watch top laners fight because there's so much, like, little interaction stuff, and I'm sure I missed most of it. But, you know, I'm watching, like, Alawi stay in for a couple more hits because she heals off of her tentacle slaps, if I'm not incorrect there.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's correct. And so, she's like, well, I can optimize this even if I eat a decimating smash to the face. It's very fun to see. I love seeing bruisers fight, honestly. Oh, we are going to see Not Important coming up here onto Kiwi. Going to throw that Swirl Seed. Kiwi is going to be able to dodge it, but that's going to be a throwdown. Don't know if you needed the ultimate. This Drake, though, picked up in exchange for the side of Omega Gaming Unleashed, which will bar any kind of potential, early dragon stacking. However, it does mean that Sin City have found themselves pretty much even in gold. And that first tower...
Yeah, this first tower is going to go quickly here for the Alawi if this keeps up. And noticeably, that dragon does go down to Omega, which means that feat of Monster Slaying has not gone over to Sin just yet. They will have to look for this
Adjustment looking aggressive. Vicro going to miss the hook. There goes Barrier for Barrier. There goes Heal. Summoners being thrown all over the place. Vicro going very aggressive. But Fallen Artemis in the area, as is Princeton. King's coming out there from the side of Sin City. They know something's up.
Indeed, that might have been a good look for a tower dive, but I think they were nervous. They didn't know where Not Important was. They were worried maybe about this Milio ultimate, trying to stop some of that CC. So opted not to go for it. It's probably the safer option, as both teams are going to look for this Herald here in about a minute, if I had to guess.
Yeah, Herald going to be an important objective here, especially since it is going to be a little bit synced with that dragon. So feats of Monster Slaying could go over to Sin City right away. First, it could be forestalled, but critically coming out here, we see the Triforce on the Wukong. That is Wukong's other big spike. After you get your ultimate, your next huge spike is going to be that Triforce pickup. So this is going to be one powerful monkey, probably significantly more powerful than the Lilia, even though the Lilia is sitting at about 600 gold plus.
Indeed, yeah, and we see the teams are trying to set up on the top side here. We actually get a swap, so we have adjustment up here in the top lane. Looks like Omega is trying to guarantee that they have this lane pressure, this priority in the top side for the Rift Herald fight coming up very shortly. As we see a Princeton in the bot lane does have that teleport, so we're getting a full 3-lane swap here to make sure that they can have the highest impact on this Herald play.
Yeah, everyone's kind of moving around this Herald. Interestingly, instead of swapping We'll Show Them All and Triple Net up to the top lane here to sort of mirror the bot lane, they've sent We'll Show Them All to the mid lane to try and get the mid priority here for this push. Let Alawi sort of get pushed in on, and then have that mid priority as a tunnel, since you have Not Important up here as well to help. But Kiwi gonna be a good bulwark to prevent that from happening.
Indeed, and this mid pressure is what Sin City will have to work for here, as now
We'll Show Them All has to be careful. Tristana already used W, and that's going to be half of her health bar thrown away. Forced to utilize that ultimate Cyclone. Not going to be used here. That's going to be a huge advantage for the side of Omega Gaming Unleashed on this fight. Is Not Important. It's going to be the target of a depth charge, and also is going to be the target of a lot of damage. But now the Drowsy coming through. Oh, Scion looking to do the damage. Sheep Faker trying to go forward. Nice ultimate there from Canela, but Princeton takes down Not Important. Princeton is killing the back line. Canela gets one back, as We'll Show Them All is now on the other side. Princeton not in this fight yet, surely on the way. Kiwi is going to fall, but the Scion's now going to do the zombie mode. And on the backside, off screen, Princeton picked up triple net on that Melio. Adjustment, trying to go forward. We'll Show Them All doing damage, but here comes Princeton. Here comes the scary Witch Bunny. And one auto's enough to do it. Princeton 6-1 on the Aurora.
Ooh, and I mean, this Aurora
looking for a 7th.
Wanted that kill very bad. Fortunately, didn't get it, but this Aurora is still so accelerated now with those 6 kills, and that was an insane flank onto the backline of Sin in that fight, and that's exactly how I predicted they would want to play these team fights. They had the Scion protecting the Ashe, they had the Nautilus and Wukong making those plays, and that Aurora flank just sealed the deal. And even though Sin was able to trade some back, that is a pretty definitive win there for Omega, and their team fighting is looking pretty solid.
Yeah, team fighting looking good. Chaotic fights here. They're gonna use this Herald up in the mid tower. They're gonna get this first tower unless it falls somewhere else on the map. Canela desperately trying to get that bottom tower, but it is gonna go over to the blue team, so they will claim feats of strength overall. It was very close.
Indeed. Or don't they need one more objective?
No, because they got blue side got the first 3 kills. And that's going to be not important, getting a bounce housed up. But is critically still going to be alive for now. Might look for a re-engage. Damage coming through, but here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's also going to land with a not-important in there. Oh my goodness, a massive ultimate coming out here from Canela to save the day and stays alive throughout all of that. Going on a rampage, is going to be able to live for now. We'll show them all. Trying to get that charge back up, is just going to sacrifice triple net. But meanwhile, Sheep Faker in on this inner top turret, and my head is spinning from all this action.
That was crazy, and the ironic part there is so much action and only 2 kills. That fate only sealed the fate of the 2 supports on either team. Although it looked super flashy, everyone seemed to walk away with just blinking health bars on both sides. But notably, that dragon does go over to Omega. Now have 2 dragons to 1. They are kind of winning these objective fights lately. The only big winner for SYN that I see is this Alawi got most of that tier 2, but still unable to claim it fully.
Yeah, I think Yone Canela has quietly been benefiting from these skirmishes. Is going to be about 700 gold behind their counterpart, but is still doing quite well on this Yone. As Vikro going forward here into Sheep. Looking to do some damage. They're bringing Adjustment over, but this is an Alawi, and you're ganking Alawi with ultimate up. But disengage from the tentacles is how you do it. We're going to see Not Important coming through. He's going to throw that Swirl Seed. Swirl Seed, though, not quite going to land. Decimating Smash, and Sheep Faker is going to be taken out by Adjustment. That is going to be nice strength and gold. The ultimate now going to utilize Decimating Smash following up. It's going to stop the Lilia in her tracks. And Kiwi picking up a kill. And that's going to be some nice gold in the pocket of Omega Gaming UncLeashed.
Dang, this is some really good plays here from Omega. They seem to have a lot of purpose with what they want to do. They go to all these plays. They're looking for the Alawi. They know what they want to do as the arrow.
It looks like it does land there, forcing out the Milia ultimate. Milio to try and stay alive. Nice. Q is going to keep some distance. Now Fallen Artemis going to be the receiver of a lot of damage. Changes their look onto We'll Show Them All. One more charge isn't going to come out, but here comes the Aurora. However, over the wall, a beautiful E from Princeton does pick up We'll Show Them All in the back end, but We'll Show Them All not going home empty-handed, did manage to take down that Wukong.
Dang, I can already see why both these teams made it here to the finals. They both have such great looks. We'll Show Them All had a great turn angle there and did kill Fallen Artemis for it. Just unfortunately for them, Princeton showed up and with all that gold, just wallet womped them, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
And they're just really good plays all around. I'm surprised Omega is so definitively in the lead because it looks like SYN is playing this really well too.
Yeah, it is. It is still a pretty tight game, even considering the deficit in kills. There's only about 600-700 gold separating these two teams at any given time, so it is pretty tight here. Now that being said, where the gold is placed, I think is a little bit different. Princeton being the recipient of so much, it's gonna feel really, really good if you're Omega. You want your burst mage to be ahead. It's nice. That being said, you're not mad if your Alawi is particularly wealthy, as that's going to be the main beneficiary for the side of Sin City, is going to be that Alawi up there in the top lane. 40 CS lead, has gotten a number of turrets and turret platings. So it is going to be interesting to see how this all plays out as we get towards these Dragon Souls, these Otacons.
That first hit is crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot.
I do think the Otacon is going to be the next look here for these two teams. Usually we see whoever gets the Otacon tends to win the game most of the time. It is just such a big experience lead, not to mention the team fighting buff. So yeah. I am looking to see how both teams like to play around this objective, but so far the full topside jungle is in the control of Omega, and it's really up to SYN to get that side lane advantage with the Alawi to make sure that Omega can't just sit here and stay forever with no pressure anywhere else.
Yeah, 100%. Alawi, yeah, doing a pretty good job of that too. You can actually adjust the Uh-oh. Uh-oh, gamers. What am I doing? I know you can grab this. I know it's possible. Okay, is that like a little bit better? I don't know. Did I drag top lane too far up? We'll find out. We're back to direct camera. Top lane's maybe a little bit far up, but I just wanted a better visualization. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Thanks, Shane. It's just a little tough on this structural overlay. I'll just let it go to directed camera. We can deal with a little bit of overlay. I know. Don't worry about it. I'll fix it in post. I just wanted to be able to see what was happening in that bot lane since the pressure matters a fair amount right now. And Alawi was chilling down there. We are going to see Enchanted Crystal landing onto Not Important there. Not Important gives the recipient of the Death Charge as well, but here comes the Fate Seal doing a lot of damage. But however, Canela also taking a ton of damage from that Aurora. Now Fallen Artemis going to die, but the rest of the team just evaporates. So much damage coming out here from Princeton. Sheep Faker going to be the last one sort of left. Looking to kill Adjustment, but Vikro with an Ice Hook is going to seemingly keep the Alawi for knife right now. The Alawi staying alive for quite some time is eventually going to be taken out, and that is going to be an ace in favor of Omega Gaming Unleashed.
And that is really where this game is blown wide open. That tiny gold lead we saw before is jumped up to now about 3,000 ahead for Omega. And one thing I want to highlight there in that team fight was this Ashe, was Adjustment with that positioning, able to keep themselves safe from every threat, whether it be Canela on the Yone, the Lily at the beginning, the Tristana hopping over the wall. It was just perfect kiting and constant damage here from now the 3-item 5-kill 80 carry on the side of Omega. We were praising Princeton earlier, but both these carries on this team have been performing very well this game.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Both of the carries here doing a good job. I think Artemis also doing a good job playing a bit of an engage role for their team, and now Not Important going to get tagged up there. We'll show them all taking so much damage. This Ashe is such a menace. It's so scary to get hit by an Ashe auto.
It is basically just a death sentence at this point, as Canela trying to sneak the crab away but isn't able to do it. And now they are finally looking for this Otacon. Maybe they were scared to throw their lead on it before, but now with an even bigger lead, they want to take that chance.
Yep. They're going to look for this big beastie. Looks like it will go down uncontested here. That'll be a pretty significant advantage here for Omega Gaming, who are going to be up 3 Drakes. They're going to grab the Otacon. Looks like they're even going to look to grab the Baron here. Although they might be biting off a little bit more than they can chew, as this will be spotted out.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a little bit risky, as SYN is coming up the river. We still have about 6k. They might have to look to turn and fight this. The Yone's on a flank angle
deleting
too,
the wave. Sheep Faker has to be careful. That's going to be a huge shutdown. And we'll show them all. Triple Net, Not Important, do manage to get them off this Baron. I don't think they're done, though. They stick on it, 7k and dropping, but Vikro's going to be able to see it, and that's going to be a... Ooh, Fate Sealed is going to go wide, and now Enchanted Crystal finds onto the 80 carry. Adjustment, so much damage. Tags him up, ultimate, throws down, takes out Will Show Them All. Big perform, 8k again, and now going to be dropping, but Not Important. Still going to be here. Princeton going over the wall, and is going to dodge that E critically from Princeton. Not Important, trying to take out... Oh, the stasis. Princeton going to be able to stay alive, and that will be Baron for the side of Omega Gaming.
That was a really good look there from Not Important, but once again, these fancy feet on Adjustment are just so good. Dodging the Fate Sealed, kiting perfectly. I don't think Yone hit the Ashe with anything there. Just able to play these team fights really well. And honestly, I thought SYN had a really good look there. They had the flank, they had the angle, they started the Baron themselves, but just I think a goal difference might be a little bit too much now for them to make those plays. But now with the Baron here, Omega are probably going to look towards these tier 2 turrets, I imagine on both sides of the map. Maybe they're going to send Princeton an Adjustment towards that bot side, take that tier 2. They have a lot of options here with the pushing pressure they now have.
Yeah, 100%. And it is interesting to see how, SYN are going to play this one. I kind of like getting the Tristana up here in the top lane. There's that bounty on the turret. And does now have the items to take some damage out of Scion. It is slow going, but ranged versus melee, you are eventually going to get some kind of an edge. It does mean you're leaving your you can't really play on the other portions of the map. It makes it difficult.
Yeah. I mean, maybe their idea is they want to get the Tristana up here. They want to let
Scion going to be throwing that ultimate, but it's not going to land. Now it's just going to be on the receiving end of a barrage of attacks. Not important, also going to be coming up. Decimating Smash. And land. Kiwi flash over the wall. Very nice. Now she just getting taken down by that Gatling gun. Adjustment.
Oh.
Adjustment does so much damage here on this Ashe.
And I mean, crucially, Kiwi was just stalling them there. I don't think they ever wanted to try and take really a fight. They flashed back over the wall, but just trying to stall them. They now have both inhibitors, the Baron buff, one member down. They're looking for the end.
Yeah. We have the Baron up minions. This turret is almost assuredly going to fall from these triple cannons, and now the nice hook forward will show them all. Gets taken out, not important, going to be the recipient of the depth charge. Fallen Artemis going forward, and then it's going to be the Aurora Ultimate doing the damage that it needs to do. The Fate Sealed finds the Wukong clone. Triple Net goes down, and Canela is left alone on the platform. Game 1 is going to be going to Omega Gaming UncLeashed.
And now I think they are going to be the favorites for this series. It was pretty close at first. We definitely saw some really, really good stuff from SYN, but that mid game was played pretty much flawlessly there from Omega. They had the lead, they stuck with it, and they got the win. Well played.
Yeah, very, very well done. Now, normally this is the time where I go back to pick ban. Oh god, I'm gonna need to fix that. But talk to me about, obviously it's Fearless, so we're not gonna see any of these champions again. But talk to me about compositionally what you would like to see coming out of Sin City to put up a fight against Omega Gaming in this game too.
Well, personally, I think that this kind of AP jungle plus Yone has been a little out of style lately. So maybe Sin City has had some success with it, but I'd kind of like to see them take on some of that more early game pressure type of team comp. We've seen a lot of fighters in the jungle lately, things like the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao, things that can go and scrap and fight early. I think that's kind of the main reason they lost some pressure here in the first game. So if they can get their hands on a Jarvan, if they can get their hands on, trying to think, maybe like a Vi, something like that, to try and get more of that early game action, I think they could do really well with it. Because they had a lot of good looks, but I don't think they had the early game power to prove it.
Yeah, and I think it was a great game. Like, I'm super excited for a second game because I don't think it's a mismatch in either direction. I think that this game, Omega Gaming UncLeashed, sort of found the edge. But yeah, I'm super excited to see what they can come up with for the next game. And now, I do need to report, in all fairness, we do have Loki Aurora accusing me of some malfeasance in chat. Requiring people to bet money and then winning that money. Listen, I don't control any of this. I can't alter the bet. If you really think there's been some malfeasance here from Mr. Big Moneybags Popobo over here, take it up with the courts. We've seen the low budget LCS courts come through before. I'll pick a lawyer, or maybe I'll be appointed a lawyer. What's more funny, me picking a competent lawyer, or me asking the mighty fool to be my lawyer and losing because of it? I don't know. We'll have to find out.
I'm not sure either.
I want to find out if I can adjust. I'm gonna cook for a little bit. So let's go to our. Well, what slide do I go to? I want to. Oh no, this is fine. This is fine. Okay, cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, eh? Forget about it. Oh, as we are actually drafting here into game 2. It
I
looks
see
like
that.
Sin City have opted here for the blue side.
These
So,
bans are rapid firing. We already have Azir and Ziggs taken out from Sin City. They don't want to see those champions. And now the Chase and Mordekaiser banned from Omega. These strategies do change a little bit now that they've flopped signs. So we'll see what Sin City wants to take on this B1. I would love to see one of those proactive jungle or mid or AD carry picks that I was talking about. But we'll see what they think is the strongest left up here in game 2.
yeah, we certainly will. And I'm just going to making some pick. Let's see. Oh, that's too many. Oh, that's too few. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. How do we feel about this, gamers? Oh, some of my stuff is showing through.
Ooh.
Hang on. Hang on.
And just as I foretold, there is the Jarvan the Fourth locked in for B1 for Sin City. They do want something more proactive. They decide the Lilio is maybe a little bit too farm heavy for them. With this, they can make those plays early. Jarvan is so good at ganking, especially after you hit 6. And we'll see what Omega want to go into this. Oftentimes it is that Xin Zhao trying to disengage, trying to scrap. But first, they will take the Xayah for the bot lane.
Yeah. Cool. I think this should work. I do like the animations that have been added from the dev team. Um, honestly, whoops. I forget that if I'm streaming my browser, I have to keep the browser on the right page. Why don't I just like
Ooh,
pull
and
that
it is the Xin Zhao taken on R2
No,
for Omega. They do want that disengage. So far, they're building a disengage comp. They want Sin City to come into them. And it looks like Sin City will go for the Varus and Aatrox on first rotation. This draft is moving pretty quickly. But what do you
yeah.
think of these answers so far?
Well, I like that the draft is moving quickly because it means the team has confidence, right? It
True.
means that's like one. I like to see the Aatrox here. I like to see the Jarvan because Sheep Faker was such a highlight for Sin City in game 1 that putting them on something that can take over a team fight a little bit more. Like Alawi's really good if the enemy team all comes into you, right? Whereas Aatrox is a little bit more can run you down. Um,
Hmm.
so I like giving the tools to that sort of star player. Um, I'm interested to see how all of this works out. I really like Jarvan into Xayah because Xayah always thinks that she's safe when she casts her ult, right? But she can't go over terrain. So if you put Jarvan ult on Xayah, she can't ult out of it. She'll just go up and come back down. It'll buy her a couple seconds, sure, but she's still trapped there.
Yeah, and I see Xayah suggested as a counter pick to the Jarvan a lot, and I think exactly what you do. I don't think it's that good. I would much rather have something with a dash, something with mobility. I don't know, maybe we take like a Zeri there, something that can just like ride right out of that terrain and not give the Jarvan as much value. But either way, the comp that Omega are putting together is pretty consistent. They really want Sin City to go into them. They now have the Thresh to peel and pick and play make. And so far, this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid composition. I do actually wonder here for Omega Gaming Unleashed about their damage output overall. Xayah, not the highest consistent damage 80 carry, does rely on that feather collar to get things done sometimes. And while Zin and Cassante certainly do damage, they're not what I think of when I think of, core DPS members of the team. So I'm really curious to see how Omega Gaming Unleashed round out this composition with that R5 pick.
Mm, yeah, they will need something very strong, especially into the Mel. Mel is a pretty good neutralizer, but they do need damage, as you said. And I think that what they're hovering right now might just do it. That would be a lot of damage if they can keep this safe. We'll
Yeah,
just
it
see
makes it
what they
hard with
actually
Jarvan
end up
though.
locking in. That's true. That would be very strange.
Oh, that would be interesting.
um,
Going for an all AD. I mean, no, Cassante does a lot of AD, doesn't he? It's not a lot of magic. It's AD, right?
yeah, but that Talia
Talia.
makes a lot more sense in my
Yeah.
mind.
So
Um,
I would say Omega Gaming Uncleashed this time not as straightforward as the composition here. It's going to be like a little bit more funky to play, especially because that team has a lot of CC. So if it's employed correctly, it is devastating. A Thresh Hook into a Talia shove into some Tonfa strikes, 3 Talon strike. You're not having a good day, right?
Indeed.
But what I will say is also not the highest damage overall. So if you miss your crowd control, Sin City can really blow open the fight. Like, they have damage for days. The only champion that I can't see soloing anyone on the enemy team is Braum.
Yeah, pretty much. And they have just a lot more to work with, I think. We're talking about simplicity of team comp. Sin City definitely have it this game. They're gonna get that Cataclysm, they're gonna gank Talia on repeat, they're gonna gank the Xayah, and the only thing I don't really like from Sin City is kind of this Braum, actually. It's able to keep the Varus safe, but it doesn't do what the rest of the team comp wants to do. This Jarvan wants to catch and pick, and Braum's just kind of there, maybe throws in an ulti every so often, but either way, it looks like Sin is trying to play towards their top side this game, if they are playing this draft correctly. They have an Aatrox here to play for with a strong matchup, and they have a Mel in the mid lane that just does so well in these skirmishes.
Yeah. Really, I mean, I'm excited to see this game because it looks like it is going to be, again, quite the fist fight. I don't think either of these teams are going to be backing down. I don't think that's the way either of these teams play. So, I mean, just hyped. Kind of where I'm at. Let me see what I've got here. No, that one's too chill. This is a good interstitial song, I think. Let me know if it's too loud in the chat there. But I like to give y'all some music. A little jazz, maybe. Do you like jazz?
Yeah, of course.
Jazz is fun. I can go ahead and open the betting again. Oh, did someone open the betting? Someone already opened the bet. Rikachu! That's the goat right there.
Well, since I answered last time, who are you betting here for game 2?
Well, normally I don't bet, but if Rikachu's gonna be here, I mean, I think I want to follow my heart. I like comp for Omega better in game 1, so I think I like the comp for Sin City better in game 2, so I think I bet on Sin City.
Okay, I can see it.
So we'll go ahead and throw in my 10K. I said I wanted to see 10K, so there we go. Honestly,
I think the main question I still have left for Sin City is just whether or not they're making this a poke virus. I think the poke virus could go really well into the Xayah, but I think that Omega is short range enough that this on-hit virus could do really well too.
yeah, could also be just like straight up AP virus.
Always that would be wild.
Always an option.
True.
I have been absolutely deleted by AP viruses. Truly blasted to smithereens.
Yep.
So, yeah, and this is a jungle matchup where I play both of these champs pretty heavy. So, now, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to criticize this Xin Zhao's build. I'm going to do that. This is a best of 5, Shane. This is a crisp hot best of 5. Because I'm of the opinion that if you do not build Titanic Hydra first on Xin Zhao, you're kind of trolling.
I can agree with that.
The ability to get that third Talon Strike off with the auto attack reset from the Xin Zhao Q is so strong. so strong. Just gotta ban someone trying to sell bots. Sundered Sky is a good item. But in this competition especially, being able to secure that third talent strike, you can prime your Q on like a wave or on tower or something, and you only need to do it once, and then you can E into them and auto reset. Just like that. Oh, it's beautiful.
It's incredible synergy for sure. And I think I've seen a lot of Xin Zhao's go Titanic first lately. I don't know if a lot of them are still on the Sundered Sky High, but I hope that you're right. I hope that they take the right items here.
This is actually a great time to talk about. Do you know where I learned to build Titanic Hydra on Xin Zhao first? And I learned that from a lovely coach who's named Pabu, as part of the Jungle Academy from We Teach League, who are the sponsors for the low budget LCS this season.
Wow.
Pabu is absolutely the GOAT. Like, really, really, really hardworking over there at Jungle Academy. I actually haven't been fully utilizing my personal subscription to Jungle Academy as of late because I have been so busy, professional and personal side. But they have really, really great coaches over there. I speak as a member of the Jungle Academy. Even before it was Jungle Academy, I was part of Saltu for a little bit, which is what it turned into. I love their podcast. It's super great. Mindset is everything when it comes to League of Legends. I will talk about them all day, so I'm going to shut up a little bit now. But We Teach League. Also, honestly, the cheapest way to get high quality coaching. Unironically, the cheapest way to get high quality coaching, and they have a good framework for learning. It's gorgeous. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Shout out to them. Very, very good service. As the spectator delay is over, so we are going into the loading screen now, and I finally get the answer to my question. This is an arcane comet on We'll Show Them All, so it will be that poke virus, it seems. Which does make sense here. I'm assuming they're looking to just weak side We'll Show Them All. Just make sure they can survive the lane, outscale, and just make sure those arrows hit like a freight train later on. Try to make it a little harder for Omega to peel back and stay and hold an area longer. That poke is really crucial there.
Yeah. Will be that poke Varus is pretty good into the vast majority of Omega Gaming and UncLeashed's team. The only person I would say it's maybe not great against is going to be that Cassante. But your team has other tools to deal with that. We are seeing a bit of aggressive movement here from Sin City. Not important leading up the charge. Obviously, having a Braum makes your level 1 very strong.
Yeah, they are able to kind of just walk wherever they want, especially since there is no clear power pick for level 1 on Omega. So it is very easy for them to just walk in here with the Braum, but we see that adjustment actually does sneak in a ward onto the Raptors there while they're pushing their pressure topside. So good look, and Omega still trying to find a way to trade that advantage. They trade ward for ward.
Heads up here from adjustment. Really nice play. And one thing I'm noticing actually about these junglers that I'm curious if there's other jungle-minded people in the chat that can fill me out. I haven't played League in about a week and a half. I've been away for a work trip. Is it pretty standard to go pots now in jungle? Because I seem to recall, nice spot out, and get a little bit of experience and a little bit of extra gold here with that sweeper. I seem to recall it being pretty standard to just not go pot so you can accelerate your first couple items just a tiny bit. Especially on like a champ like Xin that has healing built into the kit. Level 1 Jhin also very strong.
Super standard, but maybe they want to look for some early action. Most of the time when you take a pot, it's like you're 3-camp ganking or you want to make sure you're going to be fighting a lot over these scuttle crabs. So maybe they're kind of predicting that they are going to need that extra HP for some early action as level 2 here on the bot side. But the hook does not connect.
It took XP away from wards. Oh, interesting. Now, when did that happen? Yeah. It's going to be interesting. See how all of this plays out. Both junglers pathing the same direction. Financial is going to be somewhere in the high emerald range. It's kind of where it averages out. Vicro going to be
I saw some diamond players. So
yeah.
A little bit of mid elo, if nothing else, but so far we're seeing really good gameplay.
High plat to low diamond is what it is. Like a year ago.
Yep.
Whoops. Hey, I definitely knew that. I definitely knew that.
These lane matchups are going pretty standard so far. Both junglers are going to end up on the bot side this time, as we see the Jarvan and Xin Zhao are probably going to meet over this crab pretty shortly. Not important is going to be there just a little bit sooner, as Fallen Artemis still has one more buff to do, and the top laners always steal the spotlight. Since they're doing the most damage, the camera just loves to show us the back and forth grasp procs.
Ooh, Vikram,
but all the action.
Not quite. You know, that's how I like to meet enemy junglers, is over some crab legs. You know? That's how I want to meet my kin, my brethren. Because really, you put me in the average... Ooh, that's scary for Princeton. But if you put me in an average solo queue game, the person on the Rift who I feel the most kinship with is the enemy jungler.
Yeah. I mean, jungle is that also important role, especially in the early game. Most of the action follows where this jungler ends up. And being a jungle main yourself, I'm sure you understand that. But how do you feel about this early game between the Xin and the Jarvan? Should Artemis have just taken the other crab, or should they have scuffled over it?
It's interesting. I think given the way bot lane's going, where Triple Net and We'll Show Them All have gotten the priority, have kind of gotten the better half of this lane, it was a good call to go for that top crab. I do think in a straight up all lanes are even, all things are even, Xin may have a slight edge in a prolonged fight versus Jarvan. In a short fight versus Jarvan with the Martial Cadence passive, he does tend to win. So we're going to see the meet up here in the top lane, spotted out on the sweeper. Kiwi having that Tonfa strike is going to be important, but Artemis might actually be the one in trouble. So now we're going to try and throw all the damage there back onto the Jarvan. Flash out. Jarvan also has his flash, but he's going to try and save it as Sheep doing a lot of damage here. Flash forward, flash away is going to be nice. Now they're looking to go forward. That's going to be a Flagon Dragon. That's going to be first blood here for Sheep Faker in the top lane. Kiwi going to be the next target, but Cassante does not yield, generally speaking. Nice route there onto We'll Show Them All, but a good body block from Triple Net, and nice trading overall.
Indeed. And both teams playing the early game pretty standard, but just like we saw last game, a slight advantage here in the top side. But this time for the other team. So before it was Kiwi who got that first kill, but now Sheep Faker has the first kill here. And on the Aatrox, I'd say that's a lot more scary.
Yeah, 400 gold lead. It's going to be a nice little component here for the side of Sin City. We are now up 1-0, also potentially on their path towards, you know, those feats, which are oh so important.
Indeed, and this dragon is up and available. Both junglers are back on bot side, but the pressure is a little mismatched between these lanes. It feels like Omega could look for it here with the mid pressure they have, if they can just get control of this bot lane.
Yeah. Bot lane's hard with Braum, though. Offers so much into the Thresh, but they are going to be coming down here with 4 members. That is going to be an exhaust, but what can it do for you? Flash over the wall. That's going to be Triple Net left alone in the enemy team, but a flash away. Staying alive. They're alive.
Yeah, well played. That was a really good look there from Omega, but just not quite enough. Those summoners were able to keep the bot lane alive.
More important.
As they are still keeping this pressure. They're very, very scared of those arrows, reasonably so. But
Ooh, this could be trouble. We're going to see Flag and Drag. Vicro going to be on the offensive. Fallen Artemis now going to be the recipient. Canella flashing forward, not quite going to be able to find it, but Falling Artemis going to be stunned up, and Canella takes it down. And they respond with a 4-man gank of their own.
Now this is an exciting game, but both kills have gone over to SYN so far, and this is a really big early lead, as Fallen Artemis has been the subject of both of those deaths so far, and being behind in the jungle is never a fun experience, as you yourself should know.
Oh, it's awful. Oh my goodness. It's so bad. It hurts so bad, especially if you're getting like farm tempoed and you're getting like you know, beaten in terms of the kills and ganks. It feels like truly nothing can be done.
As we do have Vicro on the top side here, probably looking for these grubs play. So we do have a support advantage temporarily here for Omega, but channeling the reset might look to just scale, say the grubs don't matter that much. So we'll see what Vicro does coming back out on the map here, but I think they are just going to give these grubs over to SYN City since they do have that early advantage.
Yeah, is going to be pink warded there, but is likely just going to go over. It does mean that here Vicro and Adjustment are going to have a little bit of a tempo moment to do some nice poke onto We'll Show Them All as well. So, you know, the Varus can pretty safely farm, but does have to, you know, play it safe as Triple Net's making their way back down to the bot lane here. But that will be 2 grubs already in the pocket. The third surely soon to follow, as there it goes. SYN City picking up that first neutral objective.
Yeah, very nice and good map pressure here. I do like how they're playing this early game out. They already have a kill on the mid and top lane carries, and this Varus is going to scale with those items that are pretty cheap. So far, SYN's carries are in pretty good spot here, as we have both teams bot side again around this dragon, which is still
lots of damage coming out here from Sheep, but of course Cassante.
Yeah.
Cassante things.
Of course. But we have both teams around bot side.
Oh, instantly going forward there onto Triple Net. Fallen Artemis is able to find the 3-talent strike. We'll show them all. You know, buying some space. The Wind Becomes Lightning is going to land. Is going to go forward there onto We'll Show Them All, taking a ton of damage, and not important, just not going to be in time. That's going to be 2 kills, evening up the gold here for Omega Gaming Uncleashed.
Yeah, really good look there. And one thing that teams tend to struggle with the Xin Zhao is kind of that lack of direct CC like we see on the Jarvan. Try and make sure you're fighting, but is able to fight long enough to get that knockup. Vicro crucially does land all the CC there, and that is a really good fight. Kind of swinging back from Omega. They were in a small deficit, but now actually have a slight gold lead here, matching up the kills and claiming that first dragon, now making those feats even as well.
Yeah, feats. Good up. 1 neutral, 2 kills, 2 kills. The next kill will decide who gets the feats of warfare. Everything's still up in the air for everything else. Very interesting to see how that ends up playing out. I feel like Sheep Faker might be able to get a solo at some point, but Cassante is just so darn slippery.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of his goal. That's why you pick it into it. I don't think when they saw the Aatrox, they were looking to win the lane or do anything crazy. If they were looking to do that, they might have picked Yone. I guess Yone's already out, but you know, some other crazy lane dominant factors. But the Cassante, always consistent here and can still do things like this.
Speaking of consistent, lots of damage is going to go all out as Fallen Artemis. Nice flash away there from Sheep, though. Gonna mean the Wind Becomes Lightning will just go wide.
Yeah, knows that damage can be critical from the Cassante. Just such a good neutralizing tank. Ooh. Maybe looking for the dive, but apparently not.
Just recalling. We're looking, though, at mid lane. That's an immobile champion in the mid lane, and here comes Not Important. A nice root. Flag and Drag is going to be a blue team claiming the feat in warfare. Not Important and Canela putting that mid-jungle combo to the test.
And that is such a good prediction there from Canela. I mean, that was just pixel perfect too. As soon as that flash went down from Princeton, the root connected, the Flag and Drag hits, and that is just a great punish there from this mid jungle, and this is why I personally love the Jarvan. Just so much early action, especially with immobile carries, you can punish them so well.
Now, I do have to say, unfortunately, Fallen Artemis has sinned and has opted for the Sundered Sky first item. So I'm calling it. Sin City wins this match. I'm sorry. That's
just off that alone.
Yeah. that's how strongly I feel. Wait, am I missing something? Someone is asking for a Smolder stack check. So we are going to see Flag and Drag Cataclysm here into the mid lane. Canelo looking to do the damage, and A is going to go on a killing spree. They saw how much Princeton did last game, and they said, you know what? I can play a mage too.
Indeed, and that is just such a great use of the Jarvan ulti there too. They just blown the flash off of Princeton. They knew that it was a free kill, so ulti down, Mel and Jarvan just output as much damage as they can. And we're seeing that Princeton is 0-2 after having such a good first game. But this Taliyah does scale, has the Seraphs in inventory, is getting towards those items, has the Dark Seal, trying to get that CS up.
Ooh, a little fight over a jungle camp here. Over. Martial Cadence going down. Top laners moving in as well, perhaps. Just going to go back to the waves.
Yeah, potentially good invade look there. They knew that Canelo...
Ooh, Triple Knight getting zooped up under turret, but it's not going to take any shots critically. However, Princeton here, with that Unleashed teleport, is going to be an adjustment. Able to pick up that kill. But Canelo is going to be left with priority on this mid wave. Probably able to salvage some turret plates. So kill over turret plates any day.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very good look here as both teams clearly have a game plan in mind, just like game one, finding their own plays. And actually, remind me, who was it that got to 3 kills first? Was it
Sin City? It was Sin City. Yeah.
Okay, so
they have their
closer to those upgraded boots.
They have their pick. They could get a turret, they could get 2 more objectives. Turret seeming somewhat likely. They have been very aggressive down on that bot lane. But overall, still anyone's game, as we saw last time. Getting that Herald could be such a game changer when it comes to the first turret.
Indeed. And man, this top lane trading is brutal, but Cassante just takes it all like a champ.
Yeah, Cassante kind of lives at a quarter HP. Just, that's his comfort zone.
Perpetually. As you see both teams setting bot side here, we have the next dragon in about 20 seconds. They are trying to take control of that river vision. We saw Vicro put a round of wards in there not too long ago. But
oh, we are going to see another nice usage of the ultimates there in mid lane. That is going to mean Taliyah ultimate not going to be available. Is picking out that Cataclysm was used, but I think you take that. That's a kind of hard thing to say. I think Taliyah ultimate can be incredibly strong as a ganking tool, but honestly, so is Cataclysm. So, you know.
Yeah. Just depends on which one you like to value first, but this dragon is already started up and it looks like is being taken and traded for both teams. So SYN is opting for this dragon, but it looks like Fallen Artemis is already in position to start up this Rift Herald. So a trade of the objectives will keep even towards that feat of objective slaying.
And this is so hard here for Omega Gaming UncLeashed because Adjustment does not have very much health. Honestly, I want to see Not Important down here right now, pressuring this tower with We'll Show Them All in Triple Net. I think they could take it in their faces, as actually, there goes the ultimate. Here comes the Braum ultimate. A nice hook is going to mean the cleanse is having to be used out there. I do still think they have the priority, but I think maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity from the Jarvan.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised here that it's Will Show Them All who has cleanse and not adjustment. I feel like the Varus ulti and the Braum passive, the Braum stun, do a lot of work if you don't have cleanse, but Will Show Them All proving that the cleanse was the right move there.
Yeah.
I feel as if that wasn't cleansed. I think that was very over for the Varus, as that first tower is claimed and feats of strength go over to Sin City here, now with the lead on the blue side.
Yeah, 2.4k or 2k, just about. Pretty healthy lead here, especially for 4 to 3 kills. And a lot of it where you sort of want it to be. Although, you know, Frustratingly, it does not appear that Faker is really able to utilize that particular advantage. But yeah, gonna be looking good here. A little bit. And hook in, play back on the triple net, but that problem is going to be quite tanky. We're going to see now. Ooh, World Ender going to be used, but so is All Out. Flash forward, flash back. That's so much damage, though. Sheep staying alive. Sweet Spot is maybe going to do it. Princeton going forward. Faker stays up.
Ooh, that was a close one, as we're already fighting the mid lane again.
Yeah, fighting in the mid lane, triple net. Taking a lot of damage here. So much crowd control there from that Braum. Good flash away. Gonna keep him alive for now, but you have to know here, if your will show them all, that everyone can come from top side. Flag and drag. Kiwi might be in trouble. There's no all out available, and you can be unstoppable. You can't be unkillable. Sheep Faker is going to be picking up another kill.
Indeed, and not only does Sheep survive the game,
Ooh, ultimate going to be used there from triple net. Not actually going to land there, but here comes a lot of damage. Cataclysm going to be used there. Adjustment going up in the air, but is going to be trapped in that Cataclysm, but not important. No backup here. Is just going to be alone, as we'll show them all trying to do the damage. Canela trying to get into this fight. They're still looking. No VAR assault. Shove is going to land onto triple net. Triple net gets taken down. Arrow coming through, but the trade back from Canela is going to be strong. Lots of damage. Root not quite going to be found onto Artemis. Artemis going back in. That might prove a fatal mistake. Sheep Faker now going to be available. And then the Canela, low on mana though. But Sheep Faker here. Artemis has the option to go over that blue. Is going to take it. Is going to be chased down, and I think has been tagged by damage early enough that this looks like it's probably going to be lights out for the jungler. Took a minute. But 7-5 goes the scoreline, and still 2,000, now about 2.8k is going to be the gold lead here for Sin City.
Yeah, that was really well played by Omega at the start. They found not important. They were able to get that kill. And I was actually about to point out how Fallen Artemis has played these last couple of minutes pretty well. Went from 0 and 2 to 2 and 2 through these plays that they're able to make.
Ooh, lots of damage. Kiwi going all out, but underneath the turret. It's going to take 2 turret shots up here. And World Ender, Sheep Faker, flash away from the Cassante. Does have that increased damage. Does get put in the cage, though. 1Q doesn't land.
Ooh, and this is what I hate about the top lane. They always go into these crazy fights, but no one ever dies. And as I was mentioning, Fallen Artemis did pull it back a little bit in the jungle here. Actually had a CS lead as of not too long ago, but has since dropped it. But that last death was a little unfortunate, just unable to get away from Canela on the Mel. But I'd say we've definitely seen some signs of life here after that rough early game from Omega. They are playing this pretty well. They have a dragon in their inventory. They have that Rift Herald available, and I want to see how they're going to use it to try and pull back some of that gold.
Yeah. You know, you can open up mid or you can open up side lane. You have options. You can use it in conjunction. There is an objective coming up. We do see Cassante does have an Unleashed teleport. The poke Varus, I think, was the play here. Look at how chunked adjustment gets, and that's gonna be flag and drag forward. Not important. Gonna be targeted there. The flay backwards there. They're gonna commit the cage, but you know, ultimately, not too much gonna happen. Sheep Faker gonna be on the receiving end of quite a bit of poke damage, but one Varus Q kinda evens it out.
It does, and I mean, Xayah is historically pretty weak to these poke champions. As Rift Herald is spawned now, this is going to be a fight.
Look at how low Princeton is. Kiwi coming in now. It's not important. Looking to pop that eye. 2k left. Fallen Artemis, Wind becomes lightning. But Wind does not land anywhere. Princeton, so low here. Another Q landing from We'll Show Them All. So much damage just flying across the screen here.
I mean, between Canela and We'll Show Them All, it's just impossible for Omega to get in anywhere.
Just arrow after arrow. Call him Robin Hood.
These things do not miss.
Robin of Loxley here playing for Sin City, and that is just going to net them a free dragon.
But yeah, that dragon is going to go over here, and I think if Omega want to have a chance on any of these setups in the upcoming fights, I think they have to be there first. They have to have the territory, they have to have the ground, they have to say, walk into us. We have a Talia, we have a Xayah, but if they leave it to this neutral game, it is just so easy for We'll Show Them All to punish.
Yeah. Now, I do kind of like what Princeton's doing here, is staying in a fun flank position. But, you know, not really anything going to be able to come out of that. They get what they were coming for. Now, I am personally devastated. We had some great action for these last couple of minutes. For a while, Not Important was sitting there at 0-0-5. My favorite scoreline is 0-0-7. As a jungler, best scoreline.
Okay.
Best scoreline. Now, that was unfortunately removed when Not Important died in that mid-play. So we're going to see Flag and Drag forward, as is the Cataclysm adjustment going to be staying there, flashing out of there. Now Candela going forward, Not Important taking damage, stuff coming through, Flag and Drag, and that's going to be the Execute coming through. But We'll Show Them All, found by the Seismic Shove. However, going forward, Princeton forced to flash away. World End are going to be used for Sheep Faker here, and it's a mixed bag, but it looks like SYN are coming out on top. I think they're going to be able to either put some significant damage onto this mid turret or take it in its entirety.
Yeah, this turret will go down. They do have the 3 grubs. They're able to punish these structures pretty easily. That was a really great look onto Princeton. We'll Show Them All finally walked up just a little bit too far and did get hit by that Seismic Shove. So they got the shutdown, or actually I don't know if he had a shutdown. 0 kills on the Varus, but it feels so strong. That's crazy. But either way, Adjustment dies and is traded for We'll Show Them All, and Sin City are starting up this Otacon. They knew that they were basically uncontested, and this might just go over, but Omega is coming in the area. We'll see if they want to take a fight for it.
Yeah, Candela was spotted by the wave there, so it is known that they're on this, but it's so close to being taken out that I think it just goes over to Sin City free and clear. And still only a 2,000 gold lead here for them. So not a super far away game, but the gold value from that objective is certainly going to be tilting the scales in favor of Sin City.
Indeed. And one thing I want to point out here just about the support meta recently is we do see Vikro with this redemption. It's kind of been the item of the century on support lately. Everyone seems to be building it, but notably TripleNet does not have the redemption completed. Currently it is that locket. So we'll see if they build into it later, but I'd say probably a small advantage here for Omega just in that support role. I think Redemption is a stronger item overall.
Fallen Artemis, going to be nice usage there of the Crescent Guard.
Yeah, very good disengage tool, which is generally why you want the Xin Zhao into the Jarvan. As soon as Jarvan tries to go in, you can just knock him out. Same thing with the Aatrox as we saw there. So good use of the abilities, good use of the counter pick there.
Yeah, and do you know what? So, okay, this is like a specific interaction. One of my favorite pieces of tech with Xin Zhao are, and I found this out one day randomly, you can knock Nocturne out of his ultimate using Xin Zhao.
That's crazy.
So, like, if you pick Xin Zhao into Nocturne, I'm pretty sure this is still the case. Maybe I'll test it at some point. And Nocturne R's your team, and they just all stand on your head, you can just go, boop, and you're good.
That's wild.
And so
I'm sure the timing on that's pretty hard, though.
Yeah, it is a little dicey. Also, you have to deal with the spell shield, so you have to be ready to, like, maybe throw W, because your W, you have the swipe in front of you. So if you time it right, it's pretty, like, easy to hit. And you can WR, so that, you know, W takes out the spell shield, and then R knocks him out of the ult. And it just nullifies the engage. It's so cool. I love it. I'm unfamiliar with Aatrox ability names. While we have a little bit of a lull, let's Q is the Darkin Bay, W is Infernal Change, E is Umbral Dash, World Ender, Path, Deathbringer Stance. Infernal Chain's pretty solid. I actually like, what was it, Umbral Dash?
Yeah.
Shadow
That's
Dash.
one I don't hear too often. That's pretty solid, yeah.
We're going to see the dance occurring here over this Infernal Drake. And it looks like they took your advice. They're here first. Having that Demacian standard is really nice for scouting the bushes. So
it is.
Mega Gaming.
And they are here first, but the objective wasn't up when they were. But now they might just
Kiwi.
fit onto Kiwi.
You might be in trouble, but we'll show them all. Cleanse Flash. Instantly. I think that's what they were cleansed for, is that seismic shove. Kiwi being really annoying on their flank there. We'll show them all like, hey guys, I can't walk up too far. Meanwhile, Dragon hitting both teams. Lots of damage going through there onto Fallen Artemis. Here goes the hook forward. It is going to land there onto Candela, and now over the wall. Here it goes. Not important is going to be taken. Sorry, takes out Fallen Artemis. Meanwhile, Kiwi is on that backline as predicted. We'll show them all trying to stay alive, and the team comes to save it. On the other end, the World Enders being taken out by some nice coordination, but the sacrifice of the Aatrox is not in vain, as they pick up one that they look to pick up two. Princeton's going to be forced to flash away, utilizing that ultimate, but adjustment? No, I think adjustment's safe. So, Aatrox sacrifices their life, but they get 3 back as well as the Drake.
Yeah, and they do get 2 more on top of it, so it looked like maybe it would just be a trade of the top laners for a second there, but Fallen Artemis just taking too much poke damage while trying to hit the Dragon and keep it aggroed.
Oh, not important. Going on the turret, that's going to be the Flag and Drag. The Featherstorm is going to be utilized, but the Blade Collar, not yet. However, more than they can chew, not important. Getting seismically shoved to their death.
And that's the value, really, of the Xayah. If you go in and you're not able to kill her on the first rotation, it is very difficult for you to get away with your life, as she is just very strong when people are nearby, and she has those feathers down. Now with the jungle down, they might be going towards this Baron here. It's a little bit risky, but they can, if nothing else, get it set up. If not, start it and force a fight, maybe 4v5.
Yeah. They're going to be here first. Again, on that objective. And they're just doing it. 12k, 11k, dropping. It's dropping fast. But they are going to be spotted out here. Going in, seismic shove, but it's going to be on Braum, though. Candela is free firing. Triple Net is going to be falling down. Sheep Faker into the back line gets taken out with the Tonfa. And now Artemis versus Candela, and we'll show them all, is going to be taken away. World Ender used to escape. It's messy, but 2 for 1, and they get them off the Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, I do really like the Baron call here. You know, the jungler was dead. They may be able to force a numbers advantage team fight. The only thing I don't like is you're against a Pokevarus and a Mel. Like, they can sit from so far away, just make sure they're pushing damage into you, and that Baron really hurts. So quickly, they're kind of forced to take a bad fight, and now this Baron might just be SYN City's. Fallen Artemis is still dead, and this Baron is burning quickly. So it looks like this also powerful objective will go over to SYN City.
SYN City taking down the Purple Worm. All members going to be wearing purple for now. We'll see. They have a little bit of tempo here. Mega Gaming UncLeashed. See what they can do with it. We are sitting 5.3k down, 5.2k down. A little hard here if you're side of Omega Gaming. And it is kind of the same story of last time. It's looking to be a little bit of a story of mid laners, or, I mean, mid-jungle combinations. Maybe I'm being a little jungle biased there, but I'm allowed. You know, 9-0-2 is Candela here, and the Seismic Shove is dodged by Not Important simply walking forward, and that's going to be the Cataclysm used to great effect, picking up Princeton, 52 seconds on that death timer. That's going to be another one. Flag and drag forward, but they're going to call it off. They're going to say, hey, we can push in the spot wave, take that as our prize. So they have 37 seconds where it is 3 versus 5 here on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah. And they got this top lane tier too, so it looks like Omega is just trying to commit onto the Aatrox. That's kind of their only move right now. They can't keep the spot turret alive even if they wanted to. And Fallen Artemis trying to use that Crescent Guard to save Princeton, but unable to do it without the flash. That Talia is just too vulnerable.
Yeah, this turret's going to fall. They've got 10 seconds, so Zin spawning soon. I think this inhib will go bye-bye before that happens, though. We'll pull out. So, lose an inhib. Not the worst for a Baron take. Vikram looking a little aggressively here. And there's lots of poke coming through. They're not done sieging with Baron. They're going to loop up in on this mid wave. Now we have a nice classic 5v5 seismic shove. Gonna find 2, but the warped ground not quite gonna be in the right spot. Good value from that shield there by Triple Net. And oh my goodness! Beautiful seismic shove. Oh, nice crescent guard.
What?
Is going to be doing some damage. Not important now. Going to jump over the wall, but will be hooked up underneath the tower. There was an explosion. We'll show them all. And Canela did way too much long-range damage. But then another seismic shove here from Princeton. Princeton says game 1 was not a fluke. Watch these hands. Catch these hands. And honestly, saves that inhibitor turret.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably saves the game there. I think after Adjustment and Kiwi went down, that was looking so tough for Omega. But those seismic shoves, that worked ground. Even Fallen Artemis with that Crescent Guard just keeps it alive, pushes them all in one spot, and does so much damage. Probably about to get this death cap here too on Princeton. If not now, then very shortly. And that will be just such a damage boost over. And they are scaling. Even though that early game looked rough, even though there is a lot of damage on these enemy carries, Omega's still in this. Now 32 minutes into game number 2.
That dragon's so important. Beyond the objective bounty, just stalling out that Infernal Soul, which would be devastating. As well as, oh, we'll show them all. Maybe a little bit too far forward. Throws that ulti, not going to find anything, and they're going to go in now. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Sheep Faker going to be using the World Ender, but that is going to be shut down onto Canela. Warp ground, not going to find anyone, not important going forward, but Fallen Artemis wants to do the damage. However, World Ender still has to be considered strong here. This is going to be Sheep, not going to be landed. Fallen Artemis taking a ton of damage, is going to get taken out.
Ooh, and yeah, that will be a 1-for-1 so far, as these teams might look to disengage, but that poke is still so strong.
It's so strong.
But they have to look back at their base. Those super minions are coming in. And Fallen Artemis splitting off from the team a little bit there. Wanted to find not important, wanted to take that 1v1, but with the back of a will show them all does go down. So just a little bit split, but these team fights suddenly take a turn. Even though they're down in gold, Omega's looking very strong.
Hey, do you know what Fallen Artemis still doesn't have?
the Titanic Hydra.
Listen, I'm not saying they lost because of it, but you know, I mean,
1v1 would have made it a lot easier. That knock-up 1 auto sooner.
1 auto sooner on the knock-up, additional damage on the auto attacks. I'm just saying.
We'll see if that makes the difference in this game too. I bet they're going to be so sad about that and once this series goes on. But genuinely, still kind of nail-biting here. Both teams have a chance. If Omega keeps team fighting well, they're still in this, but Sin City still has a big advantage.
Yeah. Sin City, again, still 7,000 gold, approximately, 6.8 in the lead. Sitting in this bush, Kiwi's going to be the target. Is going to be rooted up, but, you know, not going to take too much damage because Cassante. And they should just... I think Sin City may have gotten a little hypey. I think they need to just take a deep breath, calm down, pull a T1, pull themselves together, you know? Play their poke. It's what their comp is built for. They have such insane poke, and then once you get them... There you go! Just land like 2 more of those. Easy.
Yep. They are pushing into the base here. This pressure is really hard to deal with when you are on a deficit. They need to take in a
Not
fight.
Important.
Oh!
Flash out. Really nice. Very critical. And now 3 inhibs. There's going to be a lot of map pressure here for the side of Sin City. Big Purple Worm is up.
And this is going to be another Baron on the map. They want to go for it, and losing all 3 inhibitors makes it very, very difficult for Omega to do anything about it. But we'll see what they want to do.
The same little visual bug I had there, where the blast cone didn't move them over the wall for a second. Lots of pings.
So,
everyone's saying going in, this is going to be the fight to end all fights. He was going to land seismic shove onto Sheep Faker. Sheep Faker using the World Ender, but isn't able to get any damage out. It's actually just going to be taken out. Now we're into a 4v5, but we're seeing the ultimate go through. And now we're into a 3v5. All of a sudden, Omega Gaming, they find their damage. They find their CC. So many seismic shoves here from Princeton. Fallen Artemis going forward. We'll show them all. as backup, and Omega Gaming, they cling to life, but they cannot take the Baron because their base is being ravaged.
But honestly, that's still saving the game. No Baron for for Sin City. No way to get into that base easily on the next rotation. And that was an incredible fight. Finding Sheep at the beginning, just 100-0 full CC, then the Talia wall to cut off the team fight and get not important as well. It's just so brilliantly played. It seems like they weren't able to get much done in the early game, but they found their groove, they found their fire. Omega is pulling back, and they want this game number 2.
Yeah, and Princeton, so scary here, but also scary if you end up dying. Flash away. Critical there. Woo!
This is such a tense game state now. That Chains of Corruption being down is really good, but as soon as that Cataclysm is found...
Okay, so right now we have Sin City opting for the mid push here while the Dragon is spawning, and we have Omega Gaming coming in for the flank. They're going to be focusing on a Sheepfaker, but the Seismic Shove not available quite yet. Sheepfaker doing a ton of damage. Artemis buying some time. Sheepfaker still going to be alive. Flag and Dragon's going to be found into the bot lane. Tons of damage coming out here from Canela, and it's just the fight that Sin City wanted. Princeton's going to be trapped on the side in the Cataclysm. It's a double kill for Mel, and the Dragon was simply bait. Sin City are going to end this game and bring us to 1-1 in the series.
Dang, yeah, that was such a good comeback angle there for Omega, but losing one fight is all it took for Sin City to just get that advantage back, get into the base, and here is their first win in the series, as you mentioned, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful day to be a League of Legends fan, what I'll say. We can go ahead and look at the draft, and let's just go ahead and ask the same question that we did last time. You know, how are you swapping it up if you're Omega Gaming Uncleashed here? You won game 1, you lost game 2. What's your over under?
I don't know. For me, I think it is just the proactivity. I mean, we've seen that the team with the easier to execute team comp has won both games. Even though Omega did look very good in the second half of that game, they still ended up losing. And maybe it is just about simplicity. I think that if you are able to just take that Jarvan, have that one-directional, very easy game plan, it is really good. And so far, blue side's looking pretty strong too.
Yeah, blue side looking strong. Based on that call out of the Jarvan, I'm gonna go ahead and say, what are your jungle picks that are still in the game that fill that same role, right? We saw...
I mean, I think first and foremost, it's the Vi, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you kind of need that Poppy ban. Otherwise, it can still be very hard to play the Vi. I don't know. What do you think?
I think Poppy could be a sleeper pick, even. Like, regardless of the Vi. Vi does have the added benefit of being unstoppable during her ultimate. So perhaps a little bit less value on the Vi there. Or the Poppy there, rather. But let me actually, you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to just... Because honestly, I play mostly engaged champs. So I'm gonna list out some other, maybe slightly less picked champs that I think can fill this early ganking role. And maybe you can give me a quick tier list. All right?
Okay.
So Vi is up there for sure, right? Volibear has transitioned a little bit recently. He can be more of a late game monster build. If either team is willing to bring it out, you could have a Nunu. Nunu, very strong early ganker. Elise, also a very strong early ganker. Different identities here. Warwick, special in my heart. A couple other champions I think could fit the bill, but are maybe not quite meta right now. A Mumu can be very strong. Has lots of CC. Sejuani has pretty solid gank potential. Hecarim, pretty solid gank potential. And maybe not super strong early gank, but I'll hit you with the Rammus technology as a little.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I like the weirder picks. You know, the Ramus Nunu really catch my eye whenever they're picked. And we actually are in the draft here, so we'll see what they want to opt for. But out of what you said, I think what's catching my eye the most is kind of that Sejuani, definitely that Vi. I think we could see in a Mumu. Personally, I like those tank junglers a lot, which I think that these teams might opt for here in Game 3. But I will say, if you are running tank jungle, that Trundle is so scary and does have that early game threat. So I think if anyone blind picks a tank jungler, it can be very easily punished here. But I would say, out of what you said, I'm looking for that Amumu, Sejuani, Vi. I'd say maybe even a Rek'Sai. But I think the Volibear is pretty strong too.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is a good one. I just don't play the Rek'Sai, so it wasn't in my champion sorted by mastery, which was my shortcut there. I'm seeing that we've got the Victor picked up. So I think what Sin City are saying is they're saying mid pick here is incredibly important. Mid has been a defining lane in this game, which I think is absolutely true, and they want to have that comfort pick for their mid laner in the Victor. I also happen to know that this Nami that's being hovered is a comfort pick for Triple Net. Absolutely one of their most played champions. On the other side, Seraphine Sivir scales crazy, but is also quite squishy.
Yeah, and I think that they're kind of banking on there not being that many reliable engage champs anymore. Like Omega is trying to say, I don't think you can get on top of us. They don't have the Jarvan anymore. They don't have a way to trap you. And so this Seraphine Sivir is going to go pretty unpunished if they get to that team fight stage. Now, we do have a Nami Caitlyn on the other side, so they have a lot of early game pressure, but Sivir can also wave clear. So I think there's kind of like a balance here where I see advantages for both sides. This bot lane is going to be very interesting to watch. And one thing I'll point out here is they blind picked the Victor, but there's been no mid lane response yet. So it's clear that Omega wanted that priority on the Ornn, and guess what their first ban is? It's the Trundle.
Trundle, yeah. Yeah, good pick for that counter. And, I mean, Omega Gaming UncLeashed here are really saying, hey, you know what? We managed to stall that last game out, even though we were pretty significantly down. Let's just pick full scaling. Like, absolutely to the moon scaling. I mean, you've got Ornn Sivir. Sivir is like infamous for spiking at 400 CS, and Ornn is, infamous for giving thousands of extra golden value for items once he's level 18. I mean, it starts 13, but I digress. Seraphine also scales quite well. So I am actually a little bit worried here for Omega Gaming UncLeashed because I'm not quite sure how their fighting operates. Obviously, two critical pieces of the puzzle still to come, but so far I'm liking Sin City's composition slightly more.
I can agree with that. I mean, they have a lot of scaling too. That Victor is one of those really well scaling mid lane mages, and he kind of cheats the system because he does have pretty good early game priority too. He can clear the wave, he can move to skirmishes. That ultimate is pretty strong in those fights. So it's just really about what Omega want to respond to it. Some of these mages do struggle in the lane phase into Victor. So if they want to go for something a little more crazy, they could. They could also just drop a jungle here and try to see. If they want like a go button jungler, if they want maybe a peel jungler for their Seraphine Sivir, either of those are fine since they have the Ornn in the top lane, but they will lock in the Brand. And I'm actually unsure. Do you know where this is going?
Oh, God. I mean, this could be mid or Brungle. I mean, Brungle hasn't been as meta lately, I don't believe, and I can't watch Twitch chat right now, so if you can, that'd be sick. Just because of what's happening on my second monitor. But
I'm not seeing anything about the Brand yet.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. The Gwen here from Sin City is interesting. It's a lot of damage. It can go into the jungle. It can go into the top lane. It's kind of a carry champion, and you want it to be really paired with stuff that I think sets it up a little bit better than what Sin City does right now. I mean, there is setup, don't get me wrong, a good Nami wave, a good bubble, a good Caitlyn trap, a good gravity well. Maokai, though, is a great complement to Sin City's squad.
I can agree with that for sure. And I'm surprised this Gwen was let through after a blind pick Ornn. The Gwen is a very common matchup into the Ornn in the top lane. Basically wins at all stages of the game, and can also do really well in those team fights. And Maokai here, I think, just rounds out exactly what they needed perfectly. They needed a go button, they needed some CC, they have a way to disrupt, to catch, and not to mention those saplings are so good at holding space, which Caitlyn loves to do.
Yeah. Caitlyn holds... I mean, yeah, traps this game are going to be crazy. We did see a maybe mislock in here. Instantly in the chat, though, we do see Gragas is going to be the last champion. Okay.
So brand mid, or I guess we'll still have to find out.
Well, yeah, I think we still have to find out on this one. I'm not convinced either way. I feel like it's Gragas jungle brand mid, but I don't know. And also, the rest of their composition has not persuaded me that they're not just going for full scaling, and I'm worried that they're just going to fully give up the early game.
I mean, if it is brand mid has such good wave clear that priority in mid lane should be no problem if Omega wants to do something. And Gragas is kind of a funny do-whatever champ, but he's pretty strong in the early game, especially if you have something like a Maokai, who isn't like as big of a bully. Like, it's been such a stark difference in these first two games where we had like AD fighter junglers minus the Lilia. Now we have two, like, either way, we have two kind of scaling jungle carries. So I think this game is going to shift a lot from that priority of who can gank top lane, who can gank mid lane, and a lot of it's going to be who can get those stats, who can get those dragons, who can wait till 6 and then get a good team fight.
Cam 15 SS, it is 1-1. We are all tied up here in this best of 5. Looking at an exciting game. Whoever wins this game will be on match point. So, looking forward to that. But if you lose, you're still not out of it. You still have room to make mistakes.
Indeed, and we are getting to the first picks of the draft in client here, so we will find out actually right now whether or not it is a brand jungle or Gragas, and it looks like it's that Gragas in the jungle. That makes more sense to me too, because they did lock the brand after seeing the victor. So brand mid, not something you see every day, but I'm excited. I'm hyped.
Yeah, another question in my mind was actually going to be, is this going to be Maokai jungle or is it going to be Gwen jungle? Does look like we get the Gwungle here. So I think I actually maybe like that Seraphine mid.
Is that what it is? Is it a brand support, or are they out of order again? Now I'm really interested.
I think we'll find out once the draft is all done. I'm just standing by my prediction of this game. Now, just saying, I have been 100% right so far in this series. But I like Sin City's draft better, so I am putting 10,000 schmeckles down onto Sin City. Come take them. Come take them from me.
I would tend to agree if it weren't for that Nami, personally. I am a Nami hater. I think it's good with some champions, but based on what we see from Omega, Nami is really good, and when people are coming into her, when she can use that tidal wave, when she can disrupt, and so far, I don't know who she's going to have value on before that brand ultimate hits, and boom, all your HP's gone. So, tentatively, I'm going to say Omega. I'm going to disagree with you here.
I like it.
I think the scaling advantage might be enough to just get them this game number 3.
Okay. Scaling Believer Boss Kitty versus Scaling Denier Popoba is going to be your current thing.
And I mean, it's fair to point out too, Sin City has good scaling as well, but
not quite as good.
Orange Sivir. Yeah, I like this Orange Sivir Seraphine. I think just so much value off of getting your items there.
I just see that there's a world where Gwen mows through Ornn and Gragas, and Seraphine and Sivir just like cannot do anything in the face of a twisting advanced Maokai.
Yeah,
Like
that's a
these
fair
these
point
Maokai
too.
ults are going to be devastating. Now,
I'll be interested to see if it's a full tank Maokai, because we don't see the Maokai top too often either.
it's true.
But sometimes they can hurt really bad if you got some damage items under your belt. But I think the damage is covered for Sin set, so I imagine we're going to see the bombies, we're going to see the tank items, and this top lane should be pretty uneventful as far as I'm concerned in this game.
Yeah, we'll be seeing a noodle fight up there, but nothing too much should come of it. I'm excited to see what happens to this bot lane. The Sivir brand obviously does do like a ton of damage. Wait, okay, they're definitely out of order because this is not Caitlyn jungle.
Yeah. I think this client really hates us. Trying to make predictions is really bad.
Small independent game company, you know.
Mm-hmm. Of
Um,
course.
but in any case, I think that like Nami has the edge in terms of sustain when it comes to this bot lane. So it really will be up to the brand to land this damage or help get that wave priority in a way that sort of assures Sivir the ability to farm or just like have control. But I think it's going to be rough. I think it will be rough for Sivir brand. Now, if Gragas comes path down early, Gwen, Nami, Caitlyn versus Gragas Sivir brand, I can see Gragas Sivir brand taking the edge there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows? As we're going to play a little
Anything
bit of
is
lo-fi
possible.
jazz.
As we saw in game number 2, Omega with basically down like 7,000 gold, they were able to do so much with the champions they selected. And if they think that this comp is what they wanted, red side is kind of the response side. You get the counter pick, you get that final pick, you get to see what they want to pick first on that B1. And if they trust these champions to get it done, then I think I have even more faith in them. Their team fighting so far has been pretty immaculate as far as I'm.
Yeah, I'm loving watching these games. These team fights are really, really fun to watch. And these teams, they don't really hold back too much. Like, when the fights happen, they happen all at once. Okay, ethical question for everyone in the chat. Do we think it's okay to time people out who say 6-7?
Ooh, yes. Yes, I didn't even realize that.
Give him a 10-second timeout for 6-7.
And it looks like it is that Seraphine mid. We see Princeton on Seraphine with the teleport here. And I think the same kind of thing applies. You can still wave clear very easily as Seraphine, but very interesting to see it in the mid lane and not trying to protect that Sivir. But the brand, I think, will make this bot lane a little bit easier for adjustment. So maybe just opting for a good bot lane combo over maybe a favorable mid lane champion.
Yeah. Really? I mean, I was not actually expecting that just because they were picked together, The Sivir Seraphine was expecting to do the bot lane combo. But yeah, here we are. Are you in the game? I'm in the game.
I am. I'm looking here. I see some interesting things. This Fallen Artemis does have the Dark Harvest. Very interesting keystone there, and maybe we get just a full AP Bomba Gragas, which I would love personally.
I think that's my.
A lot of times you do see. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go for it. I think. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I think oftentimes we see kind of that tankier, disruption purpose for this Gragas, but seeing the full damage is always so much fun. Just watching them get popped with that full combo. So we'll see what they can get done here.
Can you do a little bit of scouting for me? Can you go look at Fallen Artemis's OP.gg and tell me, do they play Gragas? Because a Gragas player who plays Gragas, I'm thinking in particular, for those of you that are familiar with one Arthur Dent from the low-budget LCS, are terrifying. They are a nightmare to play against, and I do not want to see them on the same map as me when they're playing that champion. Because somehow they can direct their explosive cask, frickin' ultimate, and throw me wherever they choose. And I don't like it. And then they bomba me into
confirm.
Can confirm? Is a Gragas player?
Artemis is a Gragas player, and has recently played full AP Gragas jungle. With a Lichbane, Shadow Flame, all the fun stuff. And so I think if you can expect anything this game, it will be some aggressive Bomba Gragas behavior.
Alright. Yeah, I don't like to be tossed around, Terry. Okay, don't we need extra bottles because it's a best of 5? So I have a little overlay, and actually typically what we do for best of 5s, we'll just fill up these bottles that we have, because we never actually get to, 3 bottles, because once you get to 3 bottles, someone has 1. So we'll just fill up the bottle if someone, when someone gets to 2 wins, and when they get 3 wins, there's no more games, unfortunately. Now, if we did best of 7s, maybe we're cooking.
These lane matchups have been pretty standard so far. Both junglers are pathing bot side towards this bot lane, which makes sense. I don't think there's much action to be had in the top side of the map. Just 2 tanks beating each other up. You want to play towards your Caitlyn, you want to play towards your Brand. These are some really interesting lanes that you don't see very often. And I think jungle attention in this bot side is going to matter a lot with how this early game is going to go.
Mm-hmm. Does look like Gwen will be faster, but Artemis ultimately will have the better ganking capacity, especially in these first few levels.
Indeed.
I would love for the low budget LCS to run like a best of 11.
That sounds brutal.
I don't know. What would that be? First to 6?
Yeah.
You could potentially have a quick 6-0.
Quick and 6-0 when it comes to League, I don't think should be in the same sentence.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, wait.
Like that bottom crab. Whoa.
Can someone run some fun math for me? Because I don't know how many champions there are, and specifically how many champions there are in each role. What is the maximum number of Fearless Draft games that could be played that result in a reasonable composition? I.e., like, you have a jungler playing jungle, you have an AD carry or AP carry playing bot lane, you have a support playing support. Like, what is the maximum number of games, or what is the maximum number of games you can hit? Ooh, Princeton just gonna barely dodge that stun.
That was very, very iffy. I was worried there. And I mean, in my mind, when you ask that question, it's like, the smallest champion pool in the game is AD carry. So maybe if you add some mages, it's a little easier, but then you're also pinching the mid lane pool. So I think it kind of depends on how many people can get ADCs when it comes to you getting those later games.
Well, that walking forward here is going to be found on the stun, was going for some harass, but walked maybe a little bit too far forward, adjusted going forward, and that is going to be first blood here for the Sivir.
Very nice, and just a little bit of an overextension there from Triple Net. That is punished very beautifully, but I will mention no flash now on this Sivir. So ganks are possible onto adjustment. That spell shield makes it tough, but not impossible.
So if there's a little under 30...
Oh?
Does that mean that we're like... Because hypothetically there's also bans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if all... Well, okay. If 6 bans went towards AD carries, you would have 24 ADCs, so you could play 12 games of Fearless. Right? If we include some mages. Uh-oh.
As Artemis actually is in the bot side here.
Yeah, nice bubble.
Now no flat.
Different triple net. Artemis looking forward, but not important is here. That's going to be the E flash combo, but here comes not important. Looking to return the damage. Has those snip, snip scissors. He's going to move forward, and that's going to be a bubble. Snip, snip. Core is going to land. Fish ultimately picks up that kill.
Yeah, it is a little sad to see Triple Net get that one instead of not important, or we'll show them all. That's really where you want that gold, but either way, great counter gank. Knowing right where to be for this Gwen. And
lying in wait. They're going to look to go forward. Flash forward. Charm is going to land onto Triple Net. And a little bit too late from Canela there on the roam down. That is going to mean that this dragon will be reset for now.
Yeah, I really thought that dragon was going to be the prize for that counter gank, but not quite. As Princeton had different plans, really showing off on the Seraphine mid. And maybe I'll scout here, and I'll see if Princeton has any Seraphine games either. I want to see if this is actually something they pulled out before, or kind of a game 3, let's show them, let's get something done kind of pick.
Who am I cheering for? Right now, my money is on Sin City. Or, hey, listen, I'm keeping it unbiased. Okay, I'm keeping this cast very unbiased.
Okay, so from what I'm seeing, the only Seraphine game that Princeton has played recently is an ARAM. So I think this is kind of a pocket pick, a little under the radar. I don't think there was much to expect a Seraphine mid flex, so good on Omega.
Yeah. Quite creative here. I feel like I'm seeing ghost outlines of Heartsteel procs. I did not bet 72k on Sin City. I bet a healthy 10k. But I think I know who did.
It looks like Artemis is in the bot side jungle here that is owned by Sin City. Trying to go for a cross map, just giving all the grubs here. I guess they don't want to deal with facing this Gwen head on, especially post level 6. It is pretty tough. So opting into the early cross map is a little risky, but I see that Fallen Artemis just wants to get the gold, get those items, get that scaling.
Yeah, and maybe trying to force a vertical here so that they have more options to gank this bot lane, which has proved relatively fruitful for them thus far.
Yeah. They know that Triple Net still doesn't have that flash, so getting behind them is pretty good gank angles.
Yep. Void Grub's taken, so that's going to even up the neutrals here. Not important. Invading that top side. Perhaps snipping out that the Gragas was bot side. Yes, it looks like those pings are coming through from their mid laner, so is going to be aware of that. Kiwi might be in a little bit of trouble, but it does look like not important is just going to go ahead and base. I don't own a Vuvuzela, actually. Should I? Probably.
And this Sivir brand lane is doing a little better than I expected into the Caitlyn, actually. They do have that advantage right now, actually a CS lead on the Sivir, which is not something you usually see when an ADC is put against a Caitlyn.
Yeah. It's been quite nice for them thus far. We're going to see top lane bonking each other.
Ooh, and interestingly enough, it looks like they left one grub up alive, as Sin City has only claimed 2 of them.
Oh,
and we still see the
Gragas
icon up on the map.
is going to be here. Ultimate going to be used from that brand. Stun is going to be found onto Triple Net, but Triple Net going to be able to flash out. And R going to go wide there from Artemis.
Maybe not as scary as you were talking about earlier. But we'll see.
That's not an Archer I'll tell you that much.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
Oh, I
Triple
so...
Net able to get that flash up just in time and survive the gank. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to talk about how desperately I want to learn how to play the didgeridoo. But I live in an apartment, so I feel like that's a bad choice. I love a didgeridoo. I had the great fortune of visiting Australia when I was like 5 years old. So there's a lot of like Australian folk tales and, you know, instruments and animals that are kind of baked into my brain as just like freaking awesome. and one of those things is didgeridoos. I also happen to be a big fan of overtones, which that's like didgeridoo's whole shit, right? So, yeah. Neighbors love didgeridoos. I'm sure. Maybe that's like, you know, when I finally get a place that's maybe a little bit more isolated, I'll celebrate by buying myself a didgeridoo.
You know, maybe they'll change their mind once you serenade them for the first time.
We'll show them all walking up quite a bit. Ew, is gonna find trap, a lot of damage, but takes a lot of damage in return.
Indeed. And this Caitlyn is actually getting bullied in the bully
Caitlyn
lane,
going forward, add bubble, not quite gonna land. Not important gonna be here though. Uses the needlework. Does the needlework? Oh, not gonna go flash forward. Oh, beautiful! Gwen is immune there, but it's not gonna matter. Red team picks up this feat of warfare. Off of the fish and the girl with the gun. Not important. Still looking to do the damage. Nice body slam, though. And this game is not going at all how I pictured.
Yeah, I mean, this early game pressure, it seems like Sin City are just feeling the pressure. They're feeling tense, they want to get something done, but every step of the way, it's been Princeton, it's been Artemis, it's been Adjustment, just being able to punish it. They're not letting them get the kills, they're not letting them get the objectives, and every time they try, it just feels a little bit forced. They have the tools to get it done, they just need to slow down the pace, take the kills as they come. I think they're trying to look maybe just a little bit too hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Cooking in the kitchen, maybe a little bit too much here. CC is strong. Absolutely. We are going to see pretty healthy gold lead here for the side of Omega Gaming Uncleashed, as well as the first two Drakes stacked on top of each other. So really, if we can get this next Drake here for Sin City, is looking critical. We'll show them all, taking a fair amount of damage there. Ornn looking to go forward. Ooh.
Oh, the pillar getting in the way is so tragic.
Turret plating will soon fall.
As you were mentioning about a 2,000 gold lead here, there is still one grub left alive, but I think the more important objective is going to be up in about 1 minute 20 seconds, and that is the Rift Herald, of course. And that is really what blew open the game in the last two. So we'll see which team gets it and how they can use it this time.
Yeah, lots of damage here, though, onto Kiwi. As we'll show them all and Triple Net getting a lot of turret damage down as we see the swapping shenanigans.
Yes, teams love their lane swap, but Kiwi might be the victim.
Oh, not important. Looking to do the damage. Kiwi is going to get snipped up. And that might be this turret going down.
Yeah, that would make it a lot easier to try and contest this feat of strength. First tower does go over to Sin City, and now it will come down to those objectives. Who can get the next one or two?
They're not done. They're going for inner here. This is such an early inner tower, but I think it's good. If you can get that gold onto your Caitlyn, onto your Nami, you can really look to even out this game, and there's no one responding to this because they want to keep the priority topside for the Herald. Sheep Faker going to be the recipient. Doing a fair bit to stay alive. Good flash. Is going to be rooted up. Bonk back. Tons of damage coming through. Looks like it will be fate sealed. As now Ornn has respawned here. But I think they're gonna look to keep peppering this turret with damage. You know, it's already under half. Another wave coming through.
Yeah, but with the wave clear from Kiwi, Kiwi wants more than just the wave.
Yeah, Kiwi walking forward a little bit. Wave coming back now. Now Brand making their way down to this bot lane. Might start to get a little dicey for Triple Net, and we'll show them all. Not important, though. Hanging out in the area. As I do believe that is feats, since they got all 3 kills, and they got 3 neutrals. Going over to Omega Gaming Uncleashed. But hey,
it should be, and those upgraded boots will feel really good with their item scaling already. They have the Ornn, they have the item 10 carries, and now they have first mid tower as well.
Yeah. Map state is looking pretty great for Mega Gaming UncLeashed. Mid lane, they have a pretty significant lead. They also have a lead in jump lane top. However, bot lane actually is going to be pretty much dead on even. So it'll be interesting to see what this Kate Nami can get done with that. I really want to see something happen with the Victor. I really think you need to somehow get Sheep Faker into a fight with Victor, with Gwen, be that CC facilitator that your team so desperately needs. We're going to see Needlework coming through, as, speaking of which, here comes Sheep Faker. Going to be throwing the Needlework, but they're not going to be scared. Ornn going in the wall, Charm up, not important, looking to do the damage, but not important, is going to get absolutely shredded. Canela just wasn't quite available for that fight. That's going to be 2 members here of Sin City getting taken out.
Yeah. And honestly, I kind of take back my criticism from earlier. I think this mid lane Seraphine might have been better than if it was support. I'm looking at these extra items, this extra gold on the Seraphine to do damage and keep the team alive. And looking back at Vikro, they're doing plenty of damage without many items. So maybe it's better to just give the Brand that lower econ role.
Yeah. Brand just be doing damage.
Indeed he do. And now about a 3,500 gold lead here, if my math is correct. And honestly, just a lot of pressure being put on from Omega. They do have the scaling advantage, as we said in the beginning, and now they're going for their 3rd dragon of the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of dragon stacking happening here for Omega. It's looking pretty dire here. Gold not too far in the lead, 3k. But, you know, we mentioned how well their comp scales.
Yeah, I mean, this is only 3,000 gold, but this is 3,000 gold before 20 minutes, which I think is the key here. 3,000 gold in the later game doesn't mean much, but here it could mean a lot if you're fighting over Dragon Soul around 23 minutes.
And now we do see top lane. We have the potential for a dive here, although Vikro lowers that pretty significantly by being available. And there's just so much I want to see out of this SYN composition. I need to see Canela in a team fight. That Victor ultimate, if you can get that 1 kill, it becomes so impactful, so large. You're going to see 4 members here as we see ultimate into ultimate here, but they're actually just going to go straight up for Vikro. Vikro dropping the damage, but the Needlework's going to be good, and they're going to find the shutdown on the other side as well. Oh, Sheep!
That Rylai's value.
Sheep! Picking
Unable
perhaps...
to get out from under the tower. So sad.
So sad. 3,000 is going to be the gold lead here for the side of Omega Gaming, but it has shrunk a little bit there, as it's going to shrink a little bit more once this top outer tower falls.
Yeah, I mean, props to Sin City there. They did get the shutdown, they did get some kills, they did get the tower, and they only lost Sheep up in the top lane. And who really cares if their top lane tank died? You know, they're doing their job. Just like Kiwi here, just absorbing the pressure, trying to keep the game at a stable state for your team. And honestly, yeah, this gold lead has shrunk a little bit after that play. So Sin City definitely not out of it.
Yep, we saw last game. You know, even if you're down, you're definitely not out. Especially looking at this Gwen, will do a whole lot of damage. These 2 items coming through. Looking at we haven't seen Victor fight.
Has just been scaling so far, but about to get the stack on that Rod of Ages, I think, here shortly.
Yep, Rod of Ages ping, likely going to be coming through. Will equalize the level up to Princeton, as there it goes. He's setting here. Otacon available. Lots of questions coming out. Both sides.
Might just see a 5v5 brawl here on the Otacon, which would be very interesting this early in the game.
Yeah, recall's being channeled, but lots of damage coming out through. Yeah, see? Look at that Victor damage. That's fresh. That's hot and ready. Vikro got like a third of their HP taken out.
Yeah, it reminds me of a little bit of game 2 where they had the neutral game, they had the poke forest, they had the Mel. So Sin City just using the Caitlyn, using the Victor kind of in a similar way to try and discourage Omega from getting anything done.
Yeah.
But pretty neutral game state overall. Trying to fight over vision, fight over control. I think the real loser is going to be whoever hits this Otacon first, gets that shred, and has to take the fight at a little bit of a disadvantage here. But one of them has to soon, or they're just going to be losing map
They're
pressure.
going to start hitting it. But it is known that they are down here. You see TP coming through from Victor, 8k and dropping. Triple net and not important going to be the ones available. We'll show them all throws a Q, and it looks like they are actually going to pull off, knowing that they were spotted out. Just going to be a very careful dance back and forth.
Though.
Yeah, got the teleports out, but now SYN started. I think they're opting not to. No teleport's going to be utilized. The only teleport that they have, though, they can send the Ornn to go side lane.
Yes, but even then, Ornn's not that good at side laning, and they would have to stall for a decent amount of time if they wanted to get a lot of value out of it. I think they have to just find a fight, but it's so hard when both teams are just dancing back and forth.
Yeah. Ornn getting their recall canceled there by an Otacon. As, now we have to worry about this Drake spawning. 24 seconds. Blue, SYN, looking to get back on the map for it. You really want to take out Princeton in these fights if you can.
Indeed. I mean, Princeton is doing so much work just to keep the team safe, to do extra damage, and these ultimates have been really, really powerful
Dragon
so far.
gonna spawn.
They're opting to fight the dragon.
Yeah, it's gonna be started up.
On a little bit safer.
Dragon, about half health. Dropping low, 4k, 3k. It's going to be over before it starts. Dragon's going to be taken out, but we're going to see the Victor finally in the fight. The Ornn taking such an incredible amount of damage. Meanwhile, Sheepfaker going to be in the backline. Not important going forward with the snip. And this is what you want the composition to do. They lose the Drake, but my gods, I think they're winning the fight. Triple net going to be incredibly low. Princeton going to be the target. Will show the ball, takes them out. But on the back end, actually, Canela also found. Here comes the ultimate. Fallen Artemis, not important, going to be going forward, but now we're going to see Adjustment versus We'll Show Them All. Adjustment has so much. And on the back end, I think Fallen Artemis got the kill too onto Not Important. It was on a razor's edge. It looked like the fight they needed. But in the end, it ends up being a bloodbath, and it's 4 for 3 and Soul here for Omega Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that soul claimed is so huge, as now they will start the Otacon. Not important, not up for another 20 seconds. And really, the key to that fight was just the positioning. We saw Kiwi go down early, we saw Vicro go down early, but Adjustment and Princeton kept themselves safe long enough to just put so much damage down, to put so much threat onto these carries. And looking at Sin City, they have so much damage on all the members of their team, maybe besides the Maokai. But it's just not enough if you're dead.
Yeah, that fight was on an absolute knife's edge. And still, the game is close. Only about 2,000 gold, 2.4, 2.3k, separating these two teams. You do have the additional Ornn items and the Soul to consider, which are, as well as the Otacon, which do add a significant amount of stats.
That they do. But just as a reminder, at this point in the game, in game number 1 and game number 2, we were knocking on inhibs, we had outer turrets down, we were at a much faster game state, as Brand might be caught out.
Yeah, Brand might be caught out. The Needlework's going to do a lot of damage, and that's going to be the Victor ultimate as well. And now going in, that might be a mistake here from the Ornn, who gets caught up and also gets Chaos Storm to death. And now, all of a sudden, we're 3v5!
Yeah, and this Baron is up and alive. This is a very scary objective to give over for free, but I don't know if they have much choice. Princeton on the side lane, but does have the teleport.
I love Sheep's
if they
positioning
want to
here.
try something.
Sheepfaker opting to take out. Artemis going forward is going to be pushed back, not allowing entrance into that pit from the enemy jungler. Very clean here from SYN, and the Kate ultimate finishes it off. They will pick up this purple ward, and we'll have to see what they can do with it. Seraphine knocking on that bot tower.
Princeton does opt to just get some extra gold in the bot side, but losing that Baron when you just got Soul, when you just won a team fight, feels so bad. Luckily for them, they do have good wave clear. Sivir deletes waves, Seraphine deletes waves, even Brand deletes the waves. So maybe they can just hold off, try to give them not very much Baron value, and hope they can get a better fight in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, and now the gold dead even. Obviously, there's the intangibles, but we can see that, you know, when conditions are right, no team is out of this until the Nexus falls.
Indeed. I mean, we can see why, again, these teams made it to finals. They have a lot of things to say, they have a lot of things to prove, and it's clear that both of them are pretty evenly matched here for the finals of this financial division.
Now we're going to see the Ornhorn coming out here. Gwen is immune. Nice twisting advance to keep things okay, but the Maokai is going to fall first. The Needlework's going to be utilized, and it will find a fair amount of damage. Now Ornn going in. That's going to be the Charm coming up through. That's going to be not important, getting taken down. But here comes Chaos Storm. Chaos Storm's going to pick up 1. Can it get 2? Kiwi taking a lot of damage. There goes the ultimate. That's going to be 2. That's a massive Chaos Storm. Now we're in a 3v3. Damage v damage. Critically, though, ultimate's utilized from all sides. So we're just looking at basic abilities. We'll show them all. Forced to use the barrier. Now Candela forced to run for the hills. We're on a razor's edge here in this mid lane fight. I think ultimately it is just going to be...
Seems like this, both these teams just really love stressing us out, keeping it on a knife's edge, not letting us know what's going to happen next, as the top and jungle were eliminated in both teams during that fight. But honestly, I would still give the edge to Omega there. They got the chunk out at the end on the Caitlyn, and taking off those extra Baron buffs always feels nice. As this Elder is up in 1 minute, I think this is going to be the major power point. As you mentioned, gold's even. If they get an Elder, these close team fights turn into absolute one-sided stomps for whoever smites that dragon.
I think, yeah, whoever gets the dragon probably wins the game. It's possible if SYN gets the dragon, they don't quite have enough juice to finish out the game, but more than likely, this Elder Drake fight determines who goes to match point here. Now, that being said, it is just match point. It's not the end of the series. You have the space, you have champions that have been eliminated, but it is a moment to put yourself in a better position.
Indeed, as we see the teams grouping up on either side of the river, now clashing in the middle.
Yep. Bush v Bush. Elder v Elder. Abilities being thrown, no one wants to start it. This is where resolve is so hard. Because I think both teams kind of wants the enemy team to come into them. And this is where, you know, just let the dragon sort of hit the enemy team, but you can't let it drop too low. 12k, 11k. It drops quick when we're this late in the game, as we're going to see a W land. 8k, 7k. Sheep Faker looking for the flank, not important, going to be going in. Needlework is going to be utilized. Here comes the Ornhorn, here comes the twisting advance. That is going to be blue team picking up the Elder Drake. It's a beautiful Seraphine art, but is it going to be enough? The Elder damage is going to be so high, and that's going to be Gwen trying to do the damage. But the team fight's going the wrong direction. We'll show them all in Triple Net are the only ones left alive, and Triple Net dies. Adjustment going to be the next one target, but they get the Elder, but they get wiped.
Wow, our prediction was spot on wrong. Dead wrong, as Sin City gets that Elder but just loses the fight. And I think the key is what you mentioned before, both teams want the other team to go into them, and we saw not important, we saw Sheep Faker going in trying to find it as the Elder was up, and I think that was just the nail in the coffin. You can't run into a Brand, Sivir, Seraphine, as now Omega have a chance to end, and they're gonna take it.
Yeah, I think they likely get this, but we do have people respawning. Sheep Faker is going to be here and will immediately go forward. They're hitting the Nexus. It's probably going to be good, but not important trying to do damage. The CC holds them off for long enough. And Omega, on a razor's edge, take us to match point.
That was a crazy game. They were ahead the whole match. They threw a little at Baron, but they still got it at the end, even after losing that Elder Dragon. So, well played, as we saw Sin City in a spot to win again, almost 2 games in a row, but Omega ended up taking it.
Yeah. Omega just edging out that fight. Gosh, that was tense. But I'm hoping,
And
I'm
now,
hoping they stay on the same side. We'll see. We'll see.
yeah, I think that was our first red side win of the series today.
Mhm.
So, maybe we'll see another side swap. Teams tend to like swapping sides if they lose. So we'll see if they want to switch it back up. But so far, these drafts have been very interesting. I like seeing what these teams have to pull out. And now with even more champions gone, we're going to get another, hopefully even more interesting draft. And yeah, what are you expecting here for game number 4?
Well, something I don't feel like we quite saw in that game number 3 was we really wanted to see the engaged junglers. And, we got that a little bit from the Gragas. Gragas has some engage, and it was used to great effect. So I want to see Sin City, stepping up their engaged jungle pool here and picking a Vi, picking, a Nunu or Warwick or, something that can go aggressive.
Yeah. And as you alluded to, it looks like they are staying on the same side. Sin City still wants this blue side, wants that power pick. And they used it pretty well in the last 2 games. Sadly, it wasn't enough for them to take that game number 3. But
I think the biggest thing that they could have done last game for Sin City was just get Victor involved in these team fights. There were a bunch of fights that happened where they were 4v5, and Victor is such a strong team fighter that it was really a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think that they waited too long to get their mid lane involved. We'd seen mid lane be such an important part of these skirmishes in both of the first 2 games. Game 3, it kind of felt invisible except for Princeton, who did show up, did roam bot lane, did get it done with those flash ultimates. So maybe this potentially last game could be decided by those mid lane picks as well.
Mm-hmm. It'll be really interesting to see what ends up happening here for these 2 teams. As I cannot watch
what I would really like to see in game number 4? I was looking at both of these ADCs, and one top tier ADC that we haven't seen picked yet is that Isa. And if we're talking about ease of execution, I think a dive comp is pretty much as easy as it gets. And I will say now Caitlyn's out, now Talia is out, now Zaya's out. A lot of those champions that are really good, if you dive into them, are gone. I think we could see an early rotation of a Kai'Sa here.
Interesting. Yeah, we talked about, a little bit in our hypothetical, how many games until the ADC pool gets too pinched. But even in a normal fearless game, you're going to start getting pinched as we get here towards those game 4s, towards those game 5s, especially if you're looking for something with a particular identity. So Kai'Sa, I think, would be certainly a good pick.
Yeah, I could see the Kai'Sa paired alongside something like a Vi, and then any of our engaged supports left up. You got a pretty good dive comp here, shaping up in draft. And in game 4 and 5, sometimes just having a cohesive comp is the difference between winning and losing, because so many champions are unavailable.
Yeah. It do be what's happening as we are just sort of waiting for these teams in this holding pattern. Let's see. That's pretty good. We are here on match point though. If Omega Gaming win this next game, they are your Financial League Season 15 champions. However, Sin City managed to win 2 games in a row. They can also claim that title. No one is down. No one is out. It is all to play for. Because really, Sin City just have to win 1 game, and then it's a best of 1.
True. we'll see if the pressure makes them fold or makes them rise up. And that's what this Game 4 is all about.
Yeah. Excited to see things coming through here. Surely the team's taking a moment to discuss, decide what they're going to do. This drafting does just get so hard in these later games. Maybe I'll
It really does.
open Twitch on my phone. Get Twitch on my phone. If I have to do this, don't worry about it. So,
I'm trying to do more predictions. But
on a different topic of conversation, I've been awake since 2 a.m. Pacific, 5 a.m. Eastern. We're currently sitting at what? 10:40 Eastern?
It's been a long day.
Oh yeah, and half of that was spent on a cross-country flight. So it has been a day. So far today I have watched 2 movies, finished watching a TV show, gone to a wedding, and casted 3 games of a best of 5.
Wow, pretty eventful day. What movies did you watch?
I watched... I've been working my way through a lot of the Alien franchise. I hadn't seen Alien, like the original, until this year. And then I watched, in pretty short succession, I did Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, Alien Resurrection, and then I did Predator vs. Alien. Then I'm kind of skipping around, because then I watched the TV show, Alien Earth, which honestly really enjoyed. Mm-hmm. It was really fun. And then I went back and I watched Alien Romulus, which I know is like a sequel to Prometheus, but they didn't have Prometheus on the flight. So
Prometheus is the only one I've watched, funny enough. I didn't know it was part of the Alien series. So I saw it one day on Netflix and I watched Prometheus, and then at the end I was like, oh my god, that looks like the thing from Alien. And then I found out they were related, but really good movie. So we have like inverses of the franchise. I haven't seen anything else, but I've seen Prometheus.
I guess I have to go watch Prometheus. You know, I found it really interesting. They release Alien movies like every 5 to 10 years. Like it's a long production cycle, but they've been releasing every like 5 to 10 years since the 70s. Like straight up.
Jesus.
So yeah, really successful franchise, and honestly, really fun. Like the fact that, you know, it is formulaic, but the formula in and of itself sort of becomes dramatic irony. I really enjoy that. And then I also was recently complaining to some people that there's not enough dinosaur representation in modern media. As someone who's, you know, kind of a dinosaur fan, I'm like, Jurassic Park surely can't be the best representation we get, you know? Like, so I watched the most recent Jurassic Park, and it was like, there were so many plot holes. It was like pretty poorly researched. Like, I don't know. It like, and they took the liberty of like being like, oh, they're genetically modified, so we don't have to do real, you know, dinosaurs. I still enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. Like, it was still a fun movie. You know, I thought the overall structure was fine. It was cool to see animated dinosaurs doing their animated dinosaur thing. But yeah, if you're out there and you're like a producer, give me more modern dinosaur fiction, man. You know, I want something that isn't Jurassic Park. I want like time travel dinosaurs, or like do you know what rips? You ever seen Dinotopia?
I don't think so.
Oh man, there's this really great, it's kind of like Journey to the Center of the Earth vibes, but like a little bit different. Yeah. See, like there is space in modern media for there is space in modern media for dinosaur representation that is not just Jurassic Park. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a Jurassic Park hater. Listen, OG Jurassic Park, great. Right? First couple Jurassic
I can
Parks,
agree with that.
great. Even Jurassic Park World, fine. Right? But it's too formulaic and it's too scientifically inaccurate. Put some paleontologists on the goddamn set and let them nerd the fuck out. You know? Like, you can do it in a way that it's possible to not, and are we seeing like is there a delay for a particular reason? I'm realizing we're kind of delayed at this point.
I just got an invite, so
I
I'm...
see. Well, I can't jump down to spectate right now, so that's potentially an issue. No?
There we go.
Okay. Alright. Flip your Jurassic Park talk? Alright. Jurassic Park is a really great series that has brought, really the consciousness of dinosaurs to the masses and has helped spawn a number of, particularly children's interests in the genre, not only of, like, dinosaurs in general, but also, more specifically of, like, dinosaur research and paleontology, and I'm sure the associated zoology and awareness of the natural world that comes with that, which, I do appreciate. As someone who likes to go and look at birds, and as someone who is in the camp of birds is dinosaurs,
Yeah.
I think that, the Jurassic Park movies on the whole are a societal benefit. Maybe what I need to pitch is we need a Jurassic Park TV show. Okay? Give
Didn't they
me.
have one? Camp Cretaceous?
Oh, is that actually a thing?
It's like a children's show, but I've heard of
I
Camp...
want
Yeah, it's
something a
called
little more
Jurassic
gritty.
World. Okay, yeah.
Camp Cretaceous.
I've seen it. It's like an animated dinosaur.
Oh, yeah.
But I will say, what got me into dinosaurs was actually the video games. I played Ark Survival Evolved.
Oh, do not get
That
me
got me
started.
really...
Do
Oh,
not.
such a good game.
Holy, okay. People have problem games where they like get addicted to them and it like affects their life and then it makes them like quit gaming or something. And you're like, well, maybe you don't need to quit gaming altogether, but like just don't be unhealthy. I love Ark Survival Evolved to no end. It is also one of the least healthy games that exists, especially when played in its vanilla format. I straight up,
so bad.
When I was in it in undergrad, I was playing Survival Evolved, and I was setting goddamn alarms to wake up and imprint on my dinosaurs at 4 a.m. in the fucking morning so that I would have 100% imprinting bonus on the ones that I wanted to ride. God. I was spending
That's awesome.
hours, and I mean hours breeding for optimal mutations so that I could get, a damage maxed out like Deinonychus or something. Or I did a lot of semi-aquatic Caprosuchus, I think. I played too much Ark. It was a problem. I had to stop myself.
I haven't touched it in years, but I used to spend so many hours just grinding and grinding and grinding. As we actually are in the draft here, so it looks like whatever delay we had has passed.
Pantheon pick up from Sin City. I like it. I want it to be jungle. Shaco? If Omega Gaming picks Shaco, I hate them.
I would love to see that, but I'm pretty sure we're going with something else here. We've seen the Auction hover from them.
Jinx.
That makes a lot more sense. At this point in the draft, it is very easy to pick up a Jinx and have a team comp. If the enemy makes one mistake, you get a reset, and those fights are so easy.
Let's see. I'm seeing some people I know talking shit about me in chat. Let's see. Top lane has no birds. If birds are dinosaurs, where is that? Where's that message?
Ooh. And it looks like it will be the Kaisa here into the Jinx. You know, if I was Sin City, maybe we flex the Pantheon. I would take the Vi. I want an easy access to this Jinx. The Nautilus is already
I
out.
mean, easy access
Maybe
to
they do
Rise,
something
too.
funny.
Leona's
That's
not
true.
bad.
Leona's not bad at all either. They have plenty of CC. They have the Kaisa to dive. Looks like they have some good answers to the Jinx pick. It's just about whether or not Omega can keep this Jinx safe.
Yeah, great dive comp here.
At this point, you just lock the Poppy, right? If you play it in any of the 3 roles, actually.
Yeah, very strong. Nico should be available.
That true as well.
Cho'Gath. Going to be the pickup here for Omega Gaming UncLeashed. I'm expecting that to go up to the top lane.
Likely. They are protection banning it as well, so that Fiora is now out. Good matchup in Cho'Gath. They're going to get one more ban.
Yeah,
To try
Trundle.
and keep this Cho'Gath safe.
I really like this Trundle ban here, especially with the interaction with Leona's W. I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh yeah, it gives her negative armor.
Yeah, essentially, if Leona has W active when Trundle R's, and once the W goes away, Leona has zero armor. It armor shreds, and it's beautiful. Mord should still be open as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
See, I wouldn't hate something like the Amumu. I wouldn't hate something like the Skarner. Try and just keep Jinx safe.
mm-hmm.
What do they got here?
Be interesting to see, especially as champ pools get pinched. Here, I mean, I would have locked in Vi like 2 games ago. That's because Vi is one of my one tricks. I say one of my one tricks. I know that sounds weird. I tend to one trick a champion at a time, you know? So it's like this last season, I one tricked Wukong, and then the year before that, I was one tricking Vi, and then before that, it was like Volibear, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Silas gonna be picked up.
Ooh, interesting. And I'm assuming it's kind of strange for them to lock mid lane when jungle is showing. So maybe the Silas is a flex. We saw them do some funny stuff last game.
Yep,
So maybe we see a Silas jungle. But the Galio taken, that is pretty consistent with the dive comp we have here. So far, Sin City are just trying to full send it seems. But now they need an answer to the Cho'Gath.
Mm-hmm. Camille.
And that's something else. Yeah, that's going to dive right alongside those champions.
Galio Camille, I love. I guess it's Camille
Yeah.
Galio is usually how people say it, huh?
I mean, either way, it doesn't matter what order you do, because this Jinx is going to hate her life.
It's very true. There is infinite access, seemingly, onto this backline here. Renata, great into dive, though. Really nice pickup here from Omega.
That would be a very, very good pickup. Yeah, and that's the Renata. I mean, she does so well into those dive comps. It's that bailout's going to have so much value, too, if they do target the Jinx. So I think if this Renata's played well, it could totally flip the scripts on what Sin City want to do.
Yeah, we've got a fair amount of chatter in the chat saying Sin City's composition is pretty stellar.
I mean, it is basically just the T1 comp, right? They all go for it, they click R, and someone dies.
Someone should be dying on the side of Omega Gaming. It's just a question of how many people can Omega Gaming kill on the side of Sin for that occurrence.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, this Silas is also very interesting. I'm assuming that is in the jungle. Which means we have a Silas and Rise mid-jungle duo, which is not the strongest, but Silas is pretty good at fighting early and scrapping. So maybe we'll see some of that too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a game 5 here. I am going to put my traditional 10k here onto Sin.
Ooh.
Loki, you threw your schmeckles in the wrong spot. If you wanted me to give them back, I don't know. Listen, blue card, my one true love.
The Madonnas do not forgive.
My
or
mid laner.
forget.
Yeah, I'll play any champion. I don't think you want to see me play Nidalee, but I'll do it. I can. I did a Zeri jungle stage game once. Now, it might have been a showcase match, and I might have been mirror matched into another Zeri jungle, but, you know, I did it.
Chaos will follow.
Oh, is that part of what happened? They swapped top laners. So there's a substitute top laner here for the side of Sin City.
Oh, I see that. We got Lonza in here. Interesting. Is that like a fearless advantage, or top laner have to go?
I don't know.
Huh.
Lonza sounds kind of like a very tasty fruit that I was eating recently. Y'all ever had a like a fresh lychee or a rambutan?
Lychee, yes. Rambutan, no.
Rambutan is like, when you think of what a lychee looks like, a rambutan looks like a lychee.
Okay, interesting.
They come from they're both soap berries. But actually, for me, what I thought that lychees were, like, okay, the visual outside of a rambutan is what I thought lychee was. Because rambutans are the like hairy ones, and rambutan is a bit tangier. I don't know that I would describe it as tangier. Maybe. I think rambutans are actually more mellow than the lychee. But really good. If you have a Asian grocery store, Asian market anywhere near you, you know, good shit.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right. We're heading in here to game 4. Number of people. It's a fearless thing. Sheep has a shallow pool. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of folks saying game 5 incoming. So lots of faith in our Sin City friends over here on the left. Have to see if Omega Gaming Uncleashed can defy the odds, or if we are going to see the ultimate game 5 fearless compositions come together. I honestly really like game 5 fearless because it's like, what on earth are you picking?
Yeah.
I do kind of wish we could see all of the grayed out champions in the spec link. But you know, maybe that's for me to bully Ducklord about another day. Whew. Okay.
All right, about to start that spectator delay timer here.
This is a good time to remind everyone, if you've been seated this whole series, why don't you join me? Stand up from your chair for a second. You know, a little stretch.
I'll join you.
Flex your hands. You know, do the wrists down, wrists up. Press against each other. Lift one leg. You know, hold that foot. Stand on that one leg. Ooh, are the rumors true about Boss Kitty putting ketchup on steak? What do you have to say to these horrendous allegations?
Well, I would love to play along, but I'm unfortunately a vegetarian, so I have not had steak. But if I did, I probably would put ketchup on it.
Like cauliflower steak.
I could see a barbecue sauce. I don't know about a ketchup.
Yeah, I'm actually an anti-ketchup person. I think I would like it if I ate it more regularly, and I'll have it incidentally every once in a while. But it's something that I didn't like when I was a kid, and I was like, it's probably better for me if I continue not liking this. You know?
So how do you feel about meatloaf?
Meatloaf's great, but there's lots of things you can put on a meatloaf or do with a meatloaf that isn't ketchup. You know?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
You could have a gravy for even more meat, right? You could have a barbecue sauce, as Get Quaid is saying in the chat. You know, you could just have a well-spiced meatloaf. You could have the internal spicing of the meat be what brings the quality to the meatloaf. You could use the meatloaf as a component for a meat sandwich. You know, meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes do have to work. The other thing is the condiment that I put on everything, favorite condiment, that's going to be soy sauce. I put soy sauce on so much shit that you don't want to hear about. I love soy sauce. It's so good. I have some other niche condiments that I also like, but most of them I like with soy sauce. So, for me,
That's fair.
it's the sauce of the soy. How about yourself?
I'm more of a teriyaki guy, personally.
Oh, but so that's a very
I
involved
love the
condiment.
soy sauce, but I like it to be a little sweeter. I have rice all the time, throw a little soy sauce on. I'll cook a lot of things in soy sauce. I'll cook a lot of soups with soy sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty yummy.
Very, very yummy, I might say. Yeah, teriyaki sauce is very fun. The thing that would always get... no, I haven't done a soy sauce waffle. I'm not that degenerate. At Thanksgiving, when I was a kid, and I stand by this, I would put, instead of butter on my corn, I would put soy sauce on my corn.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
It's mostly just salt, and that's what butter does half the time. I mean, butter, you know, it's also fat. So really, the soy sauce is healthier, and you're still getting it. It's seasoned. And then I would also put soy sauce in my mashed potatoes.
Okay.
No,
I
that
think
doesn't
we're all
work if you ever
hungry
really.
after 4 games, huh?
Yeah.
it's been all the food talk.
All right, we do have Wanza up here on the Camille, Toy Terror, Troy Gath, Kiwi, Chosen of the Wolf. That was a fun cinematic and good music. Yeah, excited to see how this one is going to end up playing out. Zombie Rise, Gatekeeper Galio, Prestige T1 side. Now, Silas Jungle, I do have to say, listen, Artemis, I'm a fan of junglers everywhere, but Silas Jungle and not building Titanic Hydra on Xin Zhao? Like, what are you doing, my guy? Like, missed opportunities.
Yeah.
Who gets first blood
we are
here?
moving out.
Ooh, 5-man.
Onto the map.
5-man looking to fight bot here.
We'll see if they find anybody. I don't know who's going to lead with a CC here, really. Is it just like a Silas chain?
Silas. Triple net. Flashing out.
Oh.
They are going to get the flash. Lots of pings coming out. They're going to loop around.
Pretty good one.
But the response is seen. Going up to top side. It will likely just be a trade of vision for the most part.
And one thing I want to point out about these team comps, since we are just at level 1 here, I think that most of the burden of execution here is on Omega. I think it's really up to them of whether or not they can shut down the early plays, whether or not they can get the Jinx ahead enough to survive, whether or not they can use that bailout, use the Berserk, use that hostile takeover, and just be able to keep adjustments safe. We saw adjustment on the Ashe in game 1, just walking all over everybody with great positioning, and Jinx is kind of the epitome of that. If you can position well, if you can stay alive, you win.
Yeah. Jinx is sort of the litmus test here for the composition, but very hard to stay alive when you have a Camille, Galio, Leona ult with Pantheon all dropping on top of your head.
Definitely will be.
Alright, Healy Wheelie, hear me out. This is not just an ad, this is a public service announcement, okay? We Teach League, $30 a month for your respective role. They have world-class, incredibly hardworking coaches. And you can get coaching sessions every week. I think you can get them more than once a week, depending on the how the system works in your individual academy. I am a jungle academy enjoyer, and I love it. It's super helpful. The coaches are incredible. It's a very kind community. It is focused on learning. It's just great. I used it before they sponsored us. I was honestly so happy when they sponsored us. Because of our goat Zelius. But yeah.
As the early game is rolling by here, and as always, I'll point out these junglers. It looks like, oh, trading on this Camille though. But these junglers are both heading up topside this time, trying to influence this Cho'Gath and Camille. But noticeably, Artemis is very, very far ahead of not important in this jungle clear, and may get a chance to gank Lanza for too long.
Yeah. Fallen Artemis in Lanza here. The top wave. Oh, nice rupture there is going to mean Lanza's going to be in trouble. Abscond Abduct is going to be the target. As that shield, the Abscond Abduct misses, which is going to likely mean that Lanza gets to live to fight another day. Pantheon, a little bit behind on that clear tempo. This is one of the reasons I'm annoyed by Silas. Strong early ganker and he can clear. Pick one. Pick a lane. Stay in it. Freaking.
And actually, we see that Not Important did skip the blue buff to come up there, so it gets the Scuttle Crab, but has to go back for that one camp.
Yeah.
But Artemis just now basing and heading towards that bot crab, so might just be a trade of those neutral objectives there.
Yeah, ultimately, a blue buff slate take doesn't affect your clear too much. It is really the small camps that you want to make sure are sequenced quickly. We see Artemis, not quite sure where Not Important got off to. Not Important, of course, is just going to be resetting, looking to spend some of that gold. TP's coming out here. Ooh! I'm not yawning, you're yawning. So I haven't been availing myself of the coaching as much as I should be because I've been very busy in my personal life. But when I was doing regular coaching earlier in the season, I probably averaged 2 reviews a week. It depends on like what time slots you sign up for and like how they're doing it, but you can definitely get at least 1 a week. And then, but more importantly, I mean, just like engaging with the community can be so helpful. Watching what people are saying. At least in the Jungle Academy, for a little bit, Pabu was doing these like macro mints where he like posted a clip and then like let everyone discuss for a day in terms of like what you should do in that clip, and then he gave his answer, which was really fun. It was really fun seeing the like discourse. Honestly, respectful League discourse is like crack cocaine to my brain. Ugh. Because I'm starting to get that like.
So far.
Oh, go for it.
Oh, I was saying so far it's been pretty quiet here on the Rifts. No kills, 6 minutes in. This dragon's available. Grubs are in about 2 minutes. But as I say so, we got some trading topside.
Yeah, but Not Important coming up here. And Kiwi might be in trouble. Hextech Ultimatum is available. That's going to be TP coming out here from Vicro. The Renata making their way all the way to top lane to prevent anything from happening here. And that's going to be Jinx's left alone. And there's a Drake down there. Not Important doesn't quite have Grand Starfall yet. But I think it's incoming shortly.
Yeah, very interesting decision. I guess just thinking that Not Important was going to commit onto that fight. So an extra person there would have made a huge difference. But maybe deterring that top lane play was worth it. Jinx still has both sums, so shouldn't be that easy to dive. As we also see Artemis walking straight to bot side. Make sure that nothing bad happened. But they did give up control of bot side. This objective is up. So maybe we'll see pressure on this dragon.
Yeah, perhaps. Those look like vision control being established there by Sin City. I like watching Camille trade. It's very fun.
Very interactive. That shield always bothers the hell out of me, though. You never really trade back because it always means nothing.
Yeah. It is hard, though, when you have to throw your body, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
One way in, one way out.
One way in, one way out. That's like, I used to play a ton of Warwick, like, so much Warwick. And it's like, well, usually the best way on Warwick is through, so you just gotta pick the right engage, and then pray you don't die.
With Warwick, you at least do better on low HP, so you always have
true.
a chance.
It's true, you do always have a chance. Right-clicking on Warwick is, required. Because there's so many times where I'm just like, oh, I win this. Because, once you get under, like, a certain amount of healing, you heal, like, more and more and more. So it's like, oh, I'm drain tanking. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, Fallen Artemis looking for Canela here. Canela. Gonna be safe. That's gonna be stealing away the Galio ultimate, though. Getting that global.
That could be really valuable.
Should be nice. And pings for going in coming out here from Kiwi.
See if they want to keep looking on Lanza, or maybe they want to just keep trying to protect their bot side. I would kind of expect Not Important to put a little more attention towards this Kai'Sa Leona. I think ganking the Jinx early, trying to blow sums, trying to get some pressure might be good. Currently, they're just matching CS, and this Jinx has a BF sword versus just components. So it seems like the lane phase has been pretty favored towards adjustment so far. And a Jinx that's accelerated even a little bit is scary.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing about this game's been quiet. Like, we've had lots of fighting before this time point in most of the other games. Before Grub Spawn, certainly, I think the first 3 kills were decided. In this game, I think both teams feeling the pressure, feeling the impact of this moment. So we do have these grubs going down.
These grubs are uncontested. Yeah, I don't know if Artemis is going to look towards Dragon here right away. They do have the push on bot side, but I feel like it would be contestable. They are going to start it up.
Grand Starfall is available if they wanted to, but 4 members of the enemy squad are going to mean that it's just going to be, just a bit of chilling from both sides. 400 gold lead here, though, for the side of SYN City. They have amassed through, I think, some small CS leads in top and bot. Maybe a turret plate somewhere? No? Nope.
Yeah. Just CS leads, it seems. As I want to point out, Canela has done a pretty good job too in this matchup. Melee versus range is never fun, but they are still matching CS. We do see Princeton just got that Roa, Rod of Ages, for scaling, already has the tier stacking. And that's kind of the name of the game here for Omega. I will say, if it keeps going like this, and if it's very uneventful, I would definitely favor the Omega squad over SYN City here. If they can get their items before they're really under any threat, I think it's really easy to play these fights.
Yeah, I do think at some point we have to see, utilize that Galio, utilize that Pantheon ult, utilize that Camille R to lock someone in there. Like, do what you're doing now. Bring Camille down to mid lane, throw down a Camille ult, throw a Galio ult on top of it, throw a Pantheon ult on top of that, get a kill onto Princeton. Princeton, sniffs that out, knows that Lanza has gone from top, is able to just chill.
Yeah, I mean, respect to Omega as well. They're not really giving them very many angles. Has the game paused?
Yeah. Have a pause game here.
I saw some R's in the chat, but I know that's a little bit of a delay, so we'll see when they actually were R. But I'm assuming it wasn't a very long pause if the chats came in for us.
Yeah. We are going to unpause, and most likely we'll get a traditional post-pause pause.
Likely.
There we go.
And there it is. But so far, look on the minimap, I see Artemis is in the alcove on top side. Maybe plotting another gank onto Lanza. See if that amounts to anything. But honestly, I'm surprised to see Artemis being the one who has been looking for things more than not important. Because this is a Sylas who can early gank, but I expect more early ganks from a Pantheon, using that ultimate, using the pointing click stun. But no early action still to be found. Here.
Yeah, as we are going to see ultimates coming through top lane. Lots of damage, but so far now here comes the counter Galio ult. Fallen Artemis going to be one flash forward, flash away. Galio ult for Galio ult. Skyfall going to be used though. Now Hextech Ultimatum is going to be available. Really good for Omega Gaming to dodge that.
Yeah, and I mean, right as I was talking about it, them not really doing anything, not really putting any pressure on the map, and they actually did try something, but still got nothing done. So I'd like to say that's a win for Omega. I mean, they survived the dive, they made them use those key cooldowns, the Pantheon and Galio ultimate, as well as that Hextech ultimatum. So now, all the pressure's back on Sin City, honestly. I think that Omega can kind of just chill, get their items. Jinx is already on Yuntal.
Yeah, and you can't really blame Sin after last game, especially where, you know, a lot of the pushing forward, the making plays was the mistake. We do see TP coming out here from the Rise. Is going to be going on behind them. Is that Galio ult not going to be available? E going to miss there from the Leona. Will be just trying to make it out of there. Is quite tanky. Good flash. And I think TP for flash is just what we're going to see.
Yeah. I mean, that was pretty good TP. You do lose a plate in the mid lane, but maybe looking there is still worth it. They get some chunk onto triple net. They get the flash, which could be a pretty important part of Sinset's engage. So we'll see.
Yeah. Turret plates falling soon. 600 gold. Little bit of a lead for Sin City here. Kiwi pretty low. We have ultimates coming back up again, as that's quite a bit of damage here, but that's going to also be a lot of return damage with the Chomp going to be utilized. Lanza, though, maybe looking a little bit aggro underneath the turret. We're going to see Super Mega Death Rocket come through. It's not quite going to land, but Rise is available with Realm Warp here. There it goes. Lanza should spot it out. Does. Ooh, tries to get away, but gets caught up by the flash. The Magic Shield. Oh, First Blood goes over to Princeton. A beautiful Q snipe off the back end to pick that one up off the Realm Warp. As we see lots of pings going in on bot lane, as here comes the Grand Starfall. Adjustment. Oh, nice chomps. As now, Vikro going to be the next one targeted, is going to be stunned up, and is going to be absolutely deleted. That is what you want to see from the Pantheon. The game goes 1-1, as both champs took what Loki said in chat personally.
Yeah, and I mean, it is going to be Princeton with that First Blood, the one who has been making it happen all throughout this series, as poor Adjustment left alone under the tower.
Oh, we are going to see Adjustment taken down. This is now Kiwi coming in. Be quite healthy, but you know, this means that probably that dragon will go to the side of Sin City here. Starting to build themselves.
We went from no action to
a little
bit of action.
As now we're going to see Hextech Ultimatum also going to be utilized on Princeton, but Fallen Artemis is going to be here. Canela trying to get in range, is going to be able to save Lanza, maybe at the expense of themselves. Blue team is going to be able to pick up that Drake. Canela helping Lanza stay alive. Super Mega Death Rocket, no! The pull aside from the handshake! Oh.
No way! That feels so bad if you're Canela there.
It feels really cool if you're
does get
Vikro and
first kill on
Adjustment,
the
though.
board.
Like, really cool.
That's true. But looks like this Rift Herald is going to go over to Omega here. Sin invested a lot of resources in the bot
here,
side.
and that's going to be quite a bit of CC. Kiwi receiving lots of stacks of the Plasma. Does not have that Chomp available, and that is going to be feats of warfare here for Sin City.
Okay, nice. And they got the punish onto Kiwi as well, but now the Rook Charles in the mid lane. We
Yeah,
did go
this
from
this
none
turret
to a
might just
lot.
be gone. They're gonna try desperately to take it down, but it will get that charge off. And that's red team getting that first turret, which is gonna mean everything will be decided by the next Drake.
Yep, both teams have 2 neutral objectives in pocket, so it will come
Oh, I
down.
guess it could be Otacon.
Fight. Yeah, actually.
I mean, I doubt Otacon on spawn, especially with, you know, how low kill this game has been. That would be a bit crazy.
But it could be that. But we've seen that when they were close to each other in the last game, that they did opt for the dragon. A little bit safer when the objective doesn't shred your resistances. So I imagine we'll see our next fight around that dragon. But we're seeing some items completions come through here. As I mentioned before, Jinx has the item.
Oh, adjustment, that's not where you want to be! Oh, and that's the snap play from Will Show Them All, and that is the power of this composition.
Yeah, face checking is never really a good idea when you're the main carry on the team. And adjustment is punished for that. But luckily, no objectives are up. Nothing really for them to punish with. So, just a little bit more gold over to SYN.
Alrighty. Let's take some stock. 1.1k gold lead. 2 minutes until we really see something pop off, in my opinion. Likely Camille should get Triforce by then. Flash away, Grand Starfall. We use there, getting that sum out of Kiwi. Now, Vicro,
they're
look at
looking
damage on the candle. The Hextech ultimatum going to be utilized, not important, isn't done with Kiwi here. They're going to stun him down, knock him up. His Chomp is going to be available. Candela going to be the target. That Renata ultimate.
2 looks on 2 side lanes, but neither are fruitful. As we'll show them all, it does take down that mid turret. We saw Princeton briefly move to try and help with that bot play, and it does cost them that mid tier 1 tower, as now they're trying to make the dive happen.
Go through. Not important, just walking through the turret is going to have to stop taking that one up, and beautiful execution here from Sin City. I think they may have taken some of the time in between games to collect themselves, because, I mean, they're playing really considered and careful, but when they are going for these plays, they are very clean.
They are. It was a very slow game at first, but now they're finding their angle, they're finding their gold. Now upping that to about a 2,500 gold lead here in about 20 minutes in. We're going to see that Otacon soon, we're going to see that Dragon soon, and those are really the fights that matter. We saw in game number 2 that Omega could out-team fight when it mattered most, so we'll see if they can do that this time. But with how easy it is for them to get onto adjustment and potentially just one-shot this poor Jinx, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we haven't seen that particular scenario play out too much. We are seeing lots of things going in. Teleport coming out here from Princeton. Kiwi still has that teleport available. Lonza's almost up. Candela's is up. They're just going to miss that ward in the jungle. Leona ult going to be the seal away for Stylus here. Lots of pings. Lots of pings. Everyone's pinging.
Now they've created essentially a death bush here. They can't really walk in.
But the pings are going for Otacon. Sin City are just saying, we'll just go take Otacon. And they only have Kiwi's TP available. Now, Otacon does take a while, and this Ocean Drake does mean that feats go over. But they're saying, if we can get the Otacon, which is 10k and dropping,
get all there.
It's going to be really tight. I think it might be gone by the time they get here. Yeah, it's gone. So Sin City make the call, and we'll see if it's good. They give away Feats of Warfare, which is a pretty significant boots value, but they go ahead and do pick up that really early Otacon.
Yeah. And I mean, I almost value that experience more. I think they are ahead in gold, and now being ahead of, like, that much in experience with those petals and the adaptive force, Like, I don't know if feats are really worth that much, because Otacon's worth a lot of gold and stats.
Yeah, it's a really interesting trade, and it's one of those things that I really like to see. Like, it shows me, you know, this is a close game, this is a close match, these are even teams. The respect to go ahead and do that. Where's your flowers counter? Let's go ahead and take a peek at a representative. 21 spirit petals versus 2 bloody petals on the other side. Is a direct camera? Hello? Okay, here we go.
Thanks.
See, here at the
Yeah,
Low Budget
very
LCS,
big
we believe in
flower lead.
boutique solutions. You know, we don't have an automated flower petal counter. We encourage community interaction by manually clicking on the portrait and reading out how many... Okay, well, they don't give us that in the spectate client, and that is not my fault. Absolutely not.
So it looks like the next objective up here will be that Baron in about
Pinging.
2 minutes and 40 seconds.
They're looking for Kiwi here. Grand Starfall is
that's-
going to be utilized. Will get stunned up, and here comes the squad. Kiwi taking a ton of damage, gets taken out. It's clean, it's clinical. They use their buttons, but they get it done. However, Galio's left kind of alone on the bot side. They are going to have to respond, and it looks like maybe everyone is actually respawning, which I think is overall good for SYN, because they're going to get this inhibitor turret anyway, and it gives them a chance to go ahead and, you know, get what they wanted back off, versus, I think Omega Gaming could have gotten that bot inner.
Maybe they could have
Ooh,
tried to
Death
force
Wish.
themselves, but they were... Oh,
Everyone be quiet.
can they do it?
Everyone has to be. Sniffs it out. Fallen Artemis not going to fall for it.
Indeed, and I think they were just a little behind the tempo on that play on the tier 2. Maybe they could have tried to dive Canela, take that tier 2 tower themselves, but it's really just up to Kiwi on whether or not they can survive in the side lanes. But so far it's been pretty easy. Everyone clicks R, Kiwi dies. We'll see if that trend continues as the Baron is spawning here in about 130. We do see Omega with the lane pressure currently, but we'll see if that changes a little closer to the objective spawn.
Yeah. Will be interesting to see what happens here. My brain is starting to give me that, like, you're way too tired, what are you doing sort of feeling, where you're like a little lightheaded.
Yeah.
1 minute 30. Ocean Drake.
You just gotta pray for an Omega win then, right?
I kind of want SYN to win.
Really?
Yeah.
Ever since I've seen Omega team fight, I believe in them. I think they can do it.
It's they do team fight quite well. I just at this point, like, if I'm gonna go through this, I might as well get a game 5 out of it, you know? Game
Okay,
4
fair
is
enough.
like meh. But I casted a 5-game series that went to game 5. That, you know, that's something.
Yeah, yeah. These are two very evenly matched teams. They clearly have their strengths. They clearly have their own way of playing the game, their own way of drafting. And we've seen both work throughout this series.
Yeah. Drake up here in 40. Pin's coming out. Looking like maybe going in on... Oh, they're going to be realm warping in there. We'll show them all trying to get out. Not important. Looking to do the damage in return. Fallen Artemis going to get half health, but will be able to take that Grand Starfall. Galio in range for the ultimate. Camille now joining the party.
Artemis may be able to just reset and use that Grand Starfall to get back in. Whichever
Great
objective
spawning.
they want to fight out. They are losing tempo.
Drake spawning in 16, but they're going to choose to go for this Baron. Will be spotted out there by the... you know what I'm talking about.
They have to contest. Silas can get in.
Yeah, Silas pulls in. Canela might be in trouble. Canela getting rooted up. Canela's going to be an issue. They are finding some damage, and they do have that flash available, but the Jinx is about to get excited. That's a shutdown onto your mid laner.
Now they just
Yeah.
take the Drake. I don't think they can do Baron anymore.
Well, they're essentially playing this dance where they're saying, like, look, if you go do Drake, we're going to take the Baron, right?
I think
And
they
yep,
can just
here it
send one
goes.
or
They're going
two.
to look
Yeah,
onto
they're just
Vikro.
sending-
Vikro half health, and now going forward, lots of damage. Princeton going to be the next target. Kiwi doing a lot of damage. Show them all ulting into the fight. Ocean Drake is going to fall, but so does Cho'Gath.
That's a pretty good trade. If you're Omega, you lose your top laner, but you get the next dragon, you're on soul point, and Kiwi has TP. If they stay on the map, they can just wait.
Whew. Nice edge.
Back to a very tense game state here. 26 minutes in, I think this is the least active game we've had in this series so far by a wide margin.
For sure. And that one was just a little bit hard. Canela walked up a little bit too close. Made it pretty tough. There's some good chase down on the side of Omega Gaming. But no, still going to be that 3.4k gold lead here for the side of Sin City. They will have to be careful about this next Ocean Drake in 4 minutes.
Indeed. I don't know if it'll end up like last game where we get that Elder Dragon and that's really what decides it. Whether or not it's who gets the Elder Dragon that decided it. But I'm really looking at this Baron control. Yeah. I think they're going to end up fighting for this Baron before that next 3-minute timer comes
Princeton
in.
might be in trouble here. Canela actually doesn't have any more CC, though. So he's going to be able to use that Realm Warp to get out. Realm Warp, though.
Very nice Realm Warp there. Does have teleport if the team wants to pressure topside. They know that Not Important is on the bot side right now from that play. They're taking control of the top side, maybe looking for the Baron themselves. If anything, they're just trying to force a fight.
Lots of fight pings going in here from the side of SYN. Now they want to take this. Lonzo looking to go in. Vicro running. Exhaust going to be utilized. They're going to flash in. Kiwi's going to be the target. Flash out.
Ooh, they know better than to fight into a choke with a Renata.
Yeah. Mega Gaming just... Nope. Ooh, that's going to be the Galio Hextech Ultimatum combo. Is it going to be enough? Fallen Artemis getting taken incredibly low, but he's going to be barely alive. Triple Net, though, in the backline, finding some CC. Not Important is going to be the one that's taken out. We'll show them all trying to make their way through the backline, but it's not quite going to work. Adjustments going excited. Adjustments playing Jinx. The Rockets are coming through, and that is going to be a really big fight for Omega Gaming.
And that's the fight that they needed, and that's the team fighting that they really like to show off throughout this series. Adjustment was basically unthreatened there. They used so many resources. It was the Hextech Ultimatum, it was the Galio Ultimate used onto the tank, onto Kiwi, onto Artemis. And so Adjustment was just able to kite around, do the damage, nearly killing Lonza on the outskirts of that fight as well. But now they have Baron, they can use it to pressure, they can get set up for this Soul Dragon in 145, and this tier 2 bot lane should go down if they're using their pressure correctly.
Yeah. Be a good chunk of change here into Omega Gaming UncLeashed's pocket. Even gold now. Lonza might be in a little bit of trouble, but is playing Spider Lady. Does whatever.
Is able to just grapple out of there at any point. It is now pretty much even in gold, but Omega don't want to push too far after they just got the lead back in their hands, or I guess in their hands for the first time.
Yeah, Grand Starfall gonna be fun onto Silas. Have to watch for that. Here on the side of Sin City.
This poke from We'll Show Them All is pretty devastating when it lands.
Yeah, the W's have been good.
This neutral game.
It's like an ARAM. In a couple ways, it's like an ARAM right now. Where is he? Grand Starfall going to be utilized here. Lonzo going in. That's going to be Adjustment. Is going to be the target. The Galio Ultimate comes slamming down, and the Renata not going to be enough to save him. And that is the combo. Sin City find 2 kills clean
this whole game, but they couldn't find Adjustment last fight. But here they are. We see Princeton now getting targeted on the side lane. This tier 2 turret actually doesn't go down either. That's a little bit of tragedy. here for Omega, they lose the dragon, they lose their carry, they don't get the gold back. Just a little bit of extra sucky maneuvers.
What is Vicro doing here?
Omega.
Vicro, gonna be spotted out, gonna be rooted up, gonna be flown in. And now they have an opportunity to potentially push for, maybe not the end of the game, but certainly quite a bit of structure damage. Only 2 on the map right now, with ADC spawning and coming out shortly. With all 4 being here by this bot turret. Nothing else really to do on the map.
Yeah, it might be just a big scrap on this turret. No teleport available on Vicro, so will be a 4v5.
Anila has to be careful. Give her the jump out. Ultimate going to be utilized. Fall back. Health bars. Here comes the Realm Warp. A nice channel on the W, though, and Princeton has to go golden. Triple Net's going to get slain. We'll have to look if they can do the response. Now we're going to see the Hextech Ultimatum going to be used, and they're just going to try and run for the hills. 2 members of SYN have been taken out. Is it going to be 3? It looks like Galio is going to fall as well. I have to think. Should they have turned? Have tried to fought?
I think it's so hard to turn into the team even when it's like the dive comp like this. Just because you have the Cho'Gath, even though the Renata's not there, it's just really hard. I think they just overstayed. They shouldn't have gone for the tier 2. They should have taken the victory, taken the dragon, got out of there, and now they're losing their base.
Oh, Abscond Abduct lands underneath the turret, but the Hextech Ultimatum is going to mean that Fallen Artemis is just taking up turret shots. But Lanza does not want to be melee. That is going to be an inhibitor in favor of Omega Gaming. I think that's about all they're going to be able to chew right here. 3 minutes and 22 seconds will be their next main timer. Well, 2 minutes for the Baron.
Indeed. And if they can get that Baron, I think it is pretty easy to close this game from here on out. But still pretty even. 500 gold separating these 2 teams right now. At this stage of the game, that's nothing.
The test of good manners is patience.
I wonder where they're going to go out on the map here. We see Vicro using that teleport just to get a little bit more tempo. I think it is going to be fighting for vision on this top side, whether or not they can do it. But
yeah.
Omega have to play these fights so carefully. If one of them gets picked off, the whole game plan's ruined.
Yeah, it's, as the series have been, a razor's edge yet again here. Dead even gold-wise. A little bit of an advantage, I think, stats-wise overall to Sin City, since they have that Otacon buff in their pocket. If they can pull off the combo again onto Jinx, they win the fight. But it's a question of if.
That's really the key. If they kill Adjustment, I think they win, but Adjustment has Sums back, Adjustment has the barrier and the flash available. It'll be hard to kill this Jinx.
Pretty tanky, this Cho'Gath, too. 352 Heartsteel stacks for right now. And it is hard, because someone you want in your side lane, Camille, is also someone who you want to be playing the main fight.
If Camille can get that Hextech Ultimatum on Adjustment, followed by the Galio Ultimate, basically a free kill. Assuming you have the Grand Starfall on top of it, I don't see any way that Jinx is living.
Going in here onto Artemis. As here comes the Galio Ultimate. Huge CC chain. Oh my goodness, the taunt. Artemis goes golden, but I don't know if it's going to matter. It might, as now we see in the backline, Hextech Ultimatum has found Adjustment. That's going to be Q1. That's going to be a Q2. That is going to be, I think, potentially Game 4. Princeton going golden underneath the turret, but will eventually fall. Canela also now going to go golden. And I think Sin City are going to march us in and take us to Silver Scrapes. Maybe, maybe not. No?
We'll see.
Yes?
They don't have a wave.
It's tight.
currently.
It is tight.
And Kiwi's out here. This very tanky Cho'Gath might be able to clear the wave. We'll
17
see.
seconds on the next member of your team, though. Not important. Looking to go forward. Just going to find the CC, and Kiwi is going to take that percent health damage from the plasma. Kiwi's going to go down, and you have to imagine that this is Game 5.
This is Game 5 right here. Up to Silver Scrapes in the series for the Financial Division champions. One more game, best of one. decides it all.
It was the best of one all along. What can I say? I shouldn't have showed up until right now. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna put on some music for y'all. And I'm gonna go get some water. I don't know if you can hear what's happening to my voice, but it's not great. Enjoy. Alright, everyone. Game 5. Silver Grapes. How are we feeling? Talk to me. Tell me. Has this series lived up to your hopes and dreams? A Knife's Edge? Did you see a Renata handshake a blocker away so that a Jinx rocket could hit? Did you see an Elder Dragon fight? Did you see Jinx get ulted by Camille Gallio 6 times? And not have a fun time? Great engages, great plays, clinical dives, beautiful macro. I mean, what more can you ask for from amateur League of Legends than a series like this?
Not much. And I don't know about you, but I also grabbed some food on that little break. I am hungry.
I am also hungry. I grabbed a single slice of sourdough bread and slapped some butter on it.
Ooh.
That's, you know, just got back from traveling, so I don't have too much in the way of pantry right now.
Mm-hmm. But it sounds like that's pretty yummy. I made my own sourdough from scratch one time.
Ooh.
Very, very yummy bread.
Yeah, I love bread. I'm so weak for bread.
Real.
If anyone wanted to poison me and they put it in my bread, I'd just die. Yeah, no, sorry, I didn't put soy sauce on bread this time. I have put soy sauce on bread. Don't get me wrong. I have 100% done that. Also, let me tell you about my levels of degeneracy since I'm tired and don't have a filter. Will I regret this? Probably. But here we go. So, talking about condiments, this isn't really a condiment. This is just something I would do in undergrad for one of my struggle meals, you know? So, oh, do we have draft? Looks like we might be looking at a draft.
I don't see draft live yet. Have you gotten in their lobby?
Nope. The draft ticked over to the next thing. No, like, I have some leftovers I could microwave, but, like, I didn't really have time to microwave, you know? I wanted to go get water, get toast, come back. I gotta stay with the squad, you know? I gotta stay with the team. Whew. Just gonna claim my past stuff. Haven't done it. Oh, let's see. Let me open my esports capsule 2025. Got a frenemies icon. Yay. What about these mystery icons? Moon gazing icon. Yay. What about this one? Yeah, if someone can do the Schmeckle release, that would be ideal. You know, it's probably pretty late for you ESTers, 11:45. Although, if there's a day to go to 11:45 for Game 5, it would be Saturday.
That's true. Currently, it's 9:45 for me. I'm over towards the West Coast, so not too bad.
I'm 8:45 myself. I went from being an Eastern to Pacific today. Okay. Hey, what do you want to talk about, chat? What's on your mind? Should we talk about Dinotopia? Dinotopia is a really great movie. If we haven't seen Dinotopia, we should. Also, like, speaking of ARC, it would be really fun if there was a low-budget LCS ARC. It would be really fun if there was, like, a network of low-budget LCS community servers of just, like, all games.
Yeah.
This is me pipe dreaming right now. But, like, you know, have an ARC server. I know I've played Space Engineers with people, modded Minecraft. Is a great time. Satisfactory. I know I see Jackie Boy playing that non-stop. Factorio, for that matter. What else could be good? What else could be good to have a server for? Oh, we could have like a CS source lobby that goes at all times, and we have like really weird rules for.
I like this pipe.
That would be sick. Maybe if I win the lottery, I'll hit up Ducklord and buy him a server rack. You know what? That's legally binding, Ducklord. If I win the lottery for a value in excess of, let's say, 2 million, I'll buy you a server rack, but you're not allowed to tell anyone where you got it from, because I don't want anyone knowing if I win the lottery, you know? That's just bad juju. What? 6:45? What time zone are you in? Are you in Hawaii? Probably not, right? Yeah. We'd get the small town. Don't worry. Listen, I'm budgeting for all of this. Okay, I'm good at budgeting. If I win the lottery, I'm buying a small town, and all of my gaming friends are moving there, and we're gonna have a little gaming pavilion, and we're gonna live out our lives in peace.
There you go.
Talking about living out your lives in peace, let's get into this Game 5. Everything on the line, the entire season, Group A versus Group B, A1 versus B1, Sin City on the swing back, which would make me tend to favor them here in the final game. But of course, Omega Gaming UncLeashed are nothing to sneeze at. They have proved themselves time and time again in this series as well. And we have quite the match for you here. I am excited. All right, so I think we've kind of had this the last couple of games, and I appreciate you for it. I'm rooting for SYN. You're rooting for Omega. Knowing what we know, seeing what we've seen on the drafts, we can go back and look at them. Oh, that removes the logos. That's fine. No Wukong. No Lilia. No Jarvan. No Xin Zhao. No Gwen. No Maokai. No Gragas. No Pantheon. No Sylas. What are we picking here in Game 5?
You know, I think if you haven't picked Vi by now, you're nuts. And like, we're in Game 5. I think the Vi value is so high here. Easy execution, easy dive. We saw SYN win with it in the last game. Just having a comp that does one thing all together can be so strong, especially when you're this deep in a Fearless game.
Yeah. We are seeing that blue bar. It's a beautiful blue bar. Azir banned. And Vesa banned.
These are some of the same bans we saw last time. If I had to predict ADC like I did last game, I would say I see some Corki being played. I still see a Misfortune open, which I think could be good. I still see a Yunara open, which if these ADCs play is a very, very strong pick right now. Lucian is always good, but the Nami's out. So we'll see what they want to go for. I always think that jungle and ADC tend to be the most predictable. And it looks like we're going for a Lulu B1. Very interesting.
Lulu B1. That does open up the 80 carry pool pretty significantly here, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I think like Lulu Zeri, Lulu Kog'Maw. There's a lot of the remaining ADCs that Lulu does pair very well with.
It does, and I imagine this is also a takeaway. But there's the Misfortune. You could always go Misfortune Rel. You know, Rel also breaks the shields. Leona's already out, but you can go Misfortune with any kind of engage. For me, I would just take the Misfortune and Vi.
Yeah.
Hold them in the ulti.
I think both of us are pretty Vi-pilled, and I think these teams have shown us time and time again that that is not in their champ pools.
Yeah.
But, hey,
I don't know.
Could be wrong. Rel will be the pickup.
There's the Rel. Yeah. Really good combo. Hold him in there with the Magnet Storm. The bullet time does so much work.
Aphelios. I feel like I've seen Will Show Them All play a lot of Aphelios. I'm surprised it's only coming out in this Game 5. Can you check? Was it banned previously?
Is a pretty common pairing. Let me see. Trying to find my op.gg links. Yeah, no, Aphelios has been played a decent amount. 35 games so far for Will Show. But I'm not sure about the rest of the series. Maybe just not quite the priority pick they were looking for earlier in the game.
Yeah. Mundo. Oh, I love Mundo. Game warping. Having a game warping pick this late into the draft with so many potential answers off the table is very nice.
It is. And I mean, the one thing about Mundo is you have to have consistent damage. You have to be someone that's able to kill him. And Misfortune's not going to be the one to do it. But the Trundle is going to make it a little harder for this Mundo to survive.
Has been oft-banned. But I will say, as a Trundle player, you do kind of want to be chomping the squishies. Like, you want to use your ult on the, like, 1v1 into Mundo, you do well. But it's not a done deal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It is the Swain ban coming through here first.
Makes sense.
Omega do have a pretty good Wombo combo team comp so far. Sylas is out. Maybe they just go for like a Malphite. Straight up. Nice and easy. Click R.
Yeah, Omega kind of saying with that ban, though, they're saying, like, we are going to come into you. Like, Trundle and Rel are already doing that, but it is projecting that they want to pick more engage and more dive here in this last game.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, Malphite was banned after I said that, and then a Mumu also taken out here, and Yasuo taken away. They don't want an AD mid that could possibly kill that Mundo. They need something interesting here. I'm just trying to think. There's not a lot left open for these pools, but Gnar does just fine. Part of that Wombo comp played well, does well into the Mundo early.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat for all of these picks. I like Rumble here.
Ooh, it could be a Mundo jungle if we're hovering the Rumble. I actually didn't even consider that one.
Mundo goes where he
that would
pleases.
That would make some sense here. If they take the Rumble, it's pretty good into the Gnar. They have
Oh,
some team fighting
they're saying it's
damage of
Jax.
their own.
That is
Oh.
not Rumble, that is Jax.
Okay. Then it might still be a Mundo jungle if it's a Jax top, but Jax
also be
jungle
a
we
Jax
have
jungle.
seen. Yeah, we have seen some Jax jungle lately. We'll have to see champion select to see where that ends up going. And for mid lane,
I love
will
that.
be the Hwei.
Yeah, I think that's really strong. I do think Sin City may struggle a little bit with all of the dive if Rel finds a good angle, if Trundle finds a good pillar. There is some immobility on their side. However, they do have a lot of damage, and they have a lot of AoE damage. Zed would be quite the exciting pick, although not exactly what you want to go through Mundo.
Not really. I'm looking for one of these Leandry's users, but a LeBlanc? Maybe it could get you ahead enough early. But I don't really see who's killing this Mundo right now.
Yeah, Mundo certainly going to be a defining point of this last game in the series.
Indeed.
Oh, I see you need. If they don't, I'll just stream on Discord. They don't let you in.
It let me in. We're good.
Great.
But yeah, very interesting LeBlanc pick. Obviously, really good into the Hwei itself. It can really, really stomp that lane, shut the Hwei down. But just a little worrying about this Mundo, and I'm assuming that will be a Mundo. Actually, I'm not sure still. I guess it could be either. I forgot this was a Jax for a second. So
yeah,
I will wait on my analysis of that top jungle until we find out who's who.
The Medadas do not forgive.
Well, I'm putting my
forget.
traditional 10,000 Schmeckles on Sin City here. So, other folks do with that information what you wish.
I'm going.
As we're entering the draft phase in the client here. And yeah, I don't know, it's kind of hard. I think the scaling advantage definitely going over to Sin City pretty definitively this time. You know, LeBlanc and Misfortune are not the best late game carries, so I think it will be up to Omega to move this Rel around the map, punish the Hwei with Pillar, punish the Aphelios, maybe invade. Trundle is really good at those verticals, and looks like we can now see Lanza is playing the Jax in the top lane.
Yaximus will be in the top lane. This is going to mean that it's likely going to be that Mundo jungle. Gonna go where he pleases, do whatever he wants. I think I'm heavily favoring Sin here. Oh, it is, yeah, the Trundle jungle, yeah.
I could see an angle here where the Trundle does a vertical on top side pretty early. Now, Mundo is not the strongest early game jungler, and Gnar should have priority into a Jax. So maybe they look for something aggressive there, try to get their Gnar ahead. But we'll see what they want to end up doing once we're in the game.
Yeah. Did you know there are 591 games on Steam with the tag dinosaur?
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
No cure for fools.
Because honestly, I was like, I want to play. God, there's so many Ark Survival Evolved spin-off games. It's like half Ark Survival Evolved.
I believe that.
There's a bunch of just that Jurassic World games. Ark. Oh goodness. I think Boss Kitty is hella based Pundex. I have never seen We'll Show Them All lose in Game 5 on Aphelios. Well, I also don't think I've seen that. Now, have I seen any Game 5 Aphelios Will Show Them All? Maybe. You don't know.
And we got about 30 seconds left on this timer, and then we will have to sit through that spectator delay. So we'll be in game shortly. It's getting late, but we're still here for it. I'm hoping for a quick, fast game from Omega. If they can get the advantage early, I think it's really hard for SYN to play this. We'll see who comes out on top. Game 5, winner takes all.
Yeah. It is end all be all here in Game 5. It's been a long series. Hey, thank you for staying with us, you know? So, you know, if you're here and you've been here throughout the stream, we appreciate you. Thanks for coming by. If you're new and you're just tuning in, oh boy, you missed a bunch. But that's okay. Game 5, financial finals. A seed, A first seed versus B first seed. The battle of the groups. Fighting it out to see which one will be dominant for the season. Which side gets the ultimate coat of, well, my team won finals, although based on what we've seen from these teams, truly an incredibly even match here.
Indeed, they've both shown that they can take a game, that they can take multiple games, as obviously now we're 2-2. So no flukes here, just skill, just strategy. And both teams shown they have it.
Teams absolutely have. Let's see. No, that's not the right vibe. I think that's the right vibe. Something a little bit energetic. Something a little bit exciting. Yeah, boy. We're in game 5.
I'm not getting tired, you are.
No. You are. You're getting tired. You're tired. I'm boss.
Got one more game. Final game.
Last game of the series. It is going to be exciting. I hope there's maybe a little bit more action than there was in the previous game. Although, it did make the action in that last game all the more sweet.
Did.
Maybe someone can advise me on what dinosaur-based video game I should pick up. Or if I should try playing Ark Survival Evolved again, you know? Maybe I should. I probably shouldn't. It is most likely a genuinely terrible idea. But
Alright, I'll lock in for game 5. I'm excited for this Aphelios.
I am also excited for this Aphelios. Is Silver Scrapes, like, copyright free? I just use the stuff that I know is copyright free.
I'm sure they have a copyright on it by now. Knowing Riot.
Not important on the corporate mundo. Alois approved.
Perfect.
Prestige Spirit Blossom Springs Aphelios from We'll Show Them All.
Mastery 22. 211,000 points on this Aphelios.
Yeah, absolute comfort here. For both teams, to some extent, Kiwi going to have a 250,000 mastery on that Gnar. And Princeton, 200k on the LeBlanc. Are the highlights. Bot lane for the side of Sin City, very high mastery on both of those champs.
Indeed, and you know, the Aphelios Lulu are a very good duo together as well. They play very well into each other's synergies, and looking at the bot lane for both of these teams, I think that's really the place to watch. Top lane could be interesting, especially if they do try to go for like a vertical with Artemis. But I'm really looking at Vicro. I want this Rel to move around the map, to get plays done, to kill this Aphelios early. If Omega wants to have a chance, I think they need to get ahead through their mid and bot lane.
You can go through mid and bot lane. Going real aggressive here. Okay. Rel hiding in that bush.
Ooh.
We'll show them
Could
all.
flip the Aphelios here.
He was just gonna sneak in. They're still going for it. No? Yes? Maybe? Somewhat.
Very well read by Will Show Them All. Knew that something was fishy. Decided to back off basically just at the right time.
Ooh.
I think they saw no one show on map anywhere else, so they figured something fishy was going on. But, you know, games are tense. It's game 5. This is all that matters.
Yeah. Oh, we're about to see a little bit of top lane bonkage.
Mm-hmm.
Bonk, bonk. There you go.
It always feels good to get Gnar on lower HP. This guy is so annoying. He's one of those, you know, classic ranged top laners.
Yeah.
But getting him chunked out can make that pressure alleviated quite a bit.
Crash down we're going to see immediately. Triple net, just going to take a little bit of damage. And now we're going to see fighting in the top lane. Now, ooh, lots of fighting in the top lane. Kiwi, taking a huge chunk. Something that I think is interesting this game, Mundo is going to take time to come online. And Gnar has no health. Mount up. Heal going to be utilized early, but Vicro taking a lot of damage as well.
Very aggressive lanes. Very polarizing from game 4 where nothing happened for so long.
Yeah, I
now
can't
we're getting
imagine.
so much fighting. So much trading.
Lanza knows the tech. Care to enlighten us, Rip? Is the tech just bonk them in the face as much as you can and run them towards their turret? That was what I saw.
Case in point.
Are we gonna go big mode? Looking like the biggest bird up there.
It is adjustment with the lane priority here.
Ooh, Kiwi's gonna have to be careful. There's so much damage coming here from Lanza, but Lanza taking one too many turret shots. You have to Q start on Jax against Gnar. You must be a top lane player. This is how top lane players talk. You know? They're like, you have to do this.
As a former top lane player, I can attest to this too. I always hate playing against Gnar, but it does make it easier. I used to play Jax quite a bit.
I like playing Jax jungle. I'm not good at it, but I like it.
I know it's pretty good right now with all the AD fighters. Jax Counter-Strike does pretty well. As maybe an early reset here from Vicro. The main thing with engaged supports is you have to try and keep your health high. You have to be able to engage when the time comes.
And we're going to see fighting here in the mid lane. That's going to be a nice pillar. Candela trying to run away. Will be flashing. The W, lots of damage. Oh!
Dang,
One more
no
auto from
flash now.
any source would have done it, but no flash. A nicely placed pillar from Fallen Artemis. Fallen Artemis playing a lot of champs I like. I also am Trundle jungle enjoyer. I had a Trundle jungle
I used to play
phase.
Trundle top, actually. Talking about my old top lane days.
You're why they took him away from me.
Yeah,
Top
pretty
laners,
much.
top laners take my champions, okay, and they abuse them, and then Riot nerfs them, and then they're weaker. And they weren't weakened. They were already fine in the jungle. But freaking top laners have to go and abuse shit. And then now I have to deal with all of my jungle champs getting changed because of something I'm not even a part of.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I'm also an off-meta support enjoyer. So, I have played many of jungler in the support role. Those are
That's
my
fun.
favorite.
That's fun. Yeah. I like taking weird stuff jungle. I was like way back in the day before it was like really viable. I was a Diana jungle enjoyer when she was like primarily only a mid laner. Like season 3, season 4.
Okay, I can see that.
It was very fun.
We do see Vikro on some roams here to the mid lane.
Yeah,
They
really
know
putting the
that
pressure
they
on
want
Kenella.
Kenella.
No
Kenella flash here on this immobile mage makes it very difficult, but wards on both sides make sure that they stay safe.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a lead here.
Ooh,
Damage
nice.
coming through there on adjustment.
I don't know about Xin Zhao support, but I have played Vi support, played Jack support, funny enough. Played Udyr support.
Oh,
all a lot of fun.
Loki, don't get me started on all of the stuff they're doing where they're taking all these top laners and they're giving them more Jambas to jungle monsters. And all that's going to mean is that my Krugs and my Gromp are going to be eaten far more often. That's all that means. And it will hurt me in my soul.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. But it will just be easier for Malphite to come up and steal your camps.
Oh yeah, walking over to the Krugs, womp womp womp. Oh, what you gonna do about it? Or like fucking, if they ever do that with Singed, my god, Singed would just proxy the wave, then proxy the camp. You know?
Yeah.
There's a nice stun there from Lanza. But Mike, it does look like Gnar is dealing back just as good as he takes. That Q might be in trouble. That's gonna be the R. Lots of damage. It's so close. The flash is available. Wait, flash is available. Both sides. But the damage from Jax could come through so quick.
I think they were playing chicken with the flashes there. they were
Truly.
waiting for the other one to use it.
And so far, you know, I thought it was going to be a little bit less of a sleepy game, but it's a pretty sleepy game thus far.
It is. I think they need the level 6s here. Once you get that bullet time, once you get that magnet storm, you can do all those flash, knock up, pull in, all that fun stuff. And it's sad they're not really able to punish Canela very much. Or on the flip side of that, you could say Canela's playing it pretty safe. Not died in this mid lane despite having no flash from that earlier game.
Yeah. Really nice here. Good jump back.
The Aphelios is looking pretty clean so far. Does have to cleanse to avoid some of that pressure from the Rel.
Oh, Drake gets taken.
But I feel like... Oh wow, yeah. I didn't even
quick.
notice not important. Was just over there taking that dragon. As we see, Artemis is invading just a little bit on this top side, looking to take some camps. Being level 6, I think the Trundle does win a 1v1 against the Mundo. But with teammates' help, it can feel a little dicey.
Yeah, ping's coming out though. Does seem like Jax is not winning the top matchup, but the mid priority has sort of made the difference here. Princeton getting perhaps not the first move. Canela getting over there. So fun to watch these interactions. Jump in, bonk, 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 walk out. Void Grubs and First Drake end up going over to not important. Flash forward from Lanza, looking to do the damage, but here comes Fallen Artemis. Perhaps a miscalculation from Lanza. Kiwi throwing down the damage, and Lanza is almost surely going to fall. First Blood goes over to Kiwi up here in the top lane.
Very
Nice fear.
as we see
Nice,
Victor
beautiful
is being on the
fear.
map.
Lots of damage coming out. Princeton Pretty low. The Q, oh, just not quite, barely gonna land. Fallen Artemis does manage to pick themselves up a plate as well, though, which is going to be quite nice. And yeah, pretty chunky gold lead considering all that's happened for the side of Omega Gaming. UncLeashed. Wow, I can talk.
Yeah, I think most of that lead is here in the mid lane. There is about a 20 CS lead for Princeton right now, but with a LeBlanc counter pick, you would hope to have at least one kill by now. So maybe, maybe Canella's playing it pretty well. But yeah, a pretty sizable early game lead here. Misfortune's had the pressure most of the lane too. I think it's just about whether or not they can use this Wombo. Now that they are post level 6, I expect Omega to look for some more plays.
Yeah. 6 is coming through. Allows a certain number of things to happen, especially for Princeton. We already saw Adjustment throwing that bullet time, so Magnet Storm not going to have quite the impact you may be hoping for a little bit here.
Indeed. It looked like Adjustment used it to just clear the wave earlier, get a good reset, but it is on timer, coming back up relatively soon. Maybe they could look if Artemis wants to come bot lane, but I think they see the cleanse, they see the double flashes. It might be hard to look onto this Aphelios Lulu.
Yeah. This Aphelios Lulu, we haven't quite had the scaling conversation yet. This game flash forward, flash away.
Oh.
Not important also here. As was Princeton and Fallen Artemis. I think that actually in this particular game, SYN have drafted the far superior scaling composition. Jax, Mundo, Quay, Aphelios, all scale quite excellently. So for them, going relatively even right now is a net positive. Lots of damage. One more QW might... gets it done. Lanza takes down the Kiwi.
Yeah, that's just a solo bolo on the top side, and you were already talking about that scaling advantage. Now the one big power point that Omega had with the one kill Gnar has been mitigated.
Ooh, Canela has to be careful. Forced to use that flash. You're going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, I really need to see Vikro and Artemis punish this no flash mid lane. Last time,
level 10 versus level 8, but TP is coming out here. Lanza probably going to be okay. Subjugate not going to be used. We do now have Crashdown, Magnet Storm, and Bullet Time available. However, Wild Growth and Moonlight Vigil on the other side also available. We're going to see two top lane, perhaps looking for dive. They're doing a lot of damage here onto this top turret. Not important here to try and help stave off some of that. As is Princeton looking to get that move again. With Canela looking to come through as well. And Princeton not the healthiest mid laner.
Indeed, those cleavers hurt. And that poke is not fun. So it looks like they are calling off the dive. But they want to get some pressure.
They want to get the... They're trying to go for the turret here. But Fallen Artemis may have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. But, the backup from Kiwi is going to keep it pretty okay. They're using the Trundle and giving up some of the farm tempo, although you're forcing Not Important to respond, to put pressure on this top turret because of just how much damage the Trundle can do to it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Trundle's really used for. They didn't even get any of the grubs, and they're already only on 2 tower plates at the top side. So good on them for using that strength of the Trundle. The only thing I'm a little disappointed in is we haven't come mid lane and pillared Canela again. Which I think is another great use of that Trundle pick in the jungle. But they are going to claim this dragon here.
I think it really comes down to who gets the 3 kills here, because I think fairly easy for SYN to get feats of monster slain. They just need either the Herald or the Drake. And also, I do not think top tower lasts much longer. So really, next 2 kills probably decide feats.
Probably, I think I'd have to agree. Plates are down. They might swap once again. I could see Adjustment hopping up to the top lane to try and claim that tower. So I think that Omega does get this tower here pretty shortly. As we see, not important. Maybe looking for the dive here.
Well, red-white don't fight. He's going to be very strong here on We'll Show Them All. But, you know, adjustment, using that ultimate a couple of times to clear the wave has just been keeping it off their turret. And now, maybe roaming up somewhere, or maybe just taking up that red buff.
The Gnar's trading power is still pretty good, even though Jax now has the Triforce.
Pig's coming out, Jack's going to be in trouble.
Once again.
They're going to ring 1, 2, 3 people, but they're going to get the Counter-Strike out, and that was a little bit of a bait. Now here comes the ultimate, going to throw it into the wall. Utilizing that ultimate to get the resistances, it is going to fall down the turret. It will be slammed to the wall. However, Princeton might be in a little bit of trouble. Lonza taking a lot of damage, but it might not be enough. Kiwi is going to die, and now Fallen Artemis might actually be the next on the menu. Flashing over the wall, Q's going to land, immediately followed up by Not Important, and the blue team picks up the Feat of Warfare.
And that might just do it. Like you said, if they can secure one of these next 2 objectives, that will give them...
Honestly, Not Important could go to Herald right now.
True. And Fallen Artemis is dead for another 13 seconds. They do have a window here. That objective likely will just go over. Still a small gold lead here for Omega, but I don't think it'll last long, especially after this Herald goes down.
Yeah, and we are getting to that point where you have to start thinking, how are they going to deal with Not Important? How are they going to deal with this Mundo? Right? That the Heartsteel has been completed. But once the Warmogs comes through, it's going to be so incredibly hard for anyone on the side of Omega Gaming Unleashed. I think the Gnar may actually be the best bet.
More trading here in the top side.
Ooh, We'll Show Them All, forced to flash out. As here comes that redemption. They're trying to use that white. They're getting a pretty good amount of damage, but there's 3 people there on your head. That's going to be a kill here for Omega Gaming.
And now, bringing up that lead just a little more, and they do have 2 kills onto the LeBlanc.
Yeah, Jack's going to go full in on this. Doing pretty good damage there to Kiwi.
And I'm really looking for Princeton here to be able to kill We'll Show Them All and Camilla in these fights. If they get the Wombo comp and LeBlanc has a flank, I think
Princeton looking for Canella here. Nice fear. Forced to flash though. Lots of good little plays here from Omega Gaming, getting out these summoners. We'll have
and
to
those
see.
summoners are so important at keeping those carries safe. I think the one big unanswered question is still this Mundo.
Yeah, going towards the Dead Man's actually, instead of that Warmogs, which I don't hate. That additional movement speed will be nice, and the damage also nice.
Indeed, and we see Vicro looking around this mid lane once again. It seems like SYN has not been giving them that many opportunities to engage, to find those fights. So good on them. But I think with these objective fights, with this dragon up in about 25 seconds, they'll have to fight over something soon.
Yeah, Jax has that TP available, Kiwi doesn't, that's why Kiwi's here ahead of time. So might be able to get that top turret and then TP in. Drake spawning in 13. King's coming out, LeBlanc looking at flank.
Moving up.
Yeah, Mundo moving up.
Looking for a cross map here.
Seems like they might be looking for a cross map, saying, you know what? We have the scaling composition. We are just going to let them have this dragon. We got our feats. We're going to take topside camps. We're going to take inner top turret with the Herald. We're going to feed and feast money into this Jax, who's now going to be sitting at 7,000 gold, 800 gold lead over their lane opponent with the help of that Herald. It is just going to try and ride the Herald for a little bit.
So they do trade the dragon for those that outer tower, those 2 outer towers actually, in the top side. So
Yeah.
a lot of gold injected into Lanza there. If they can make use of it in the next fight, that will be a big power point for SYN.
Absolutely. We are going to see probably going into another holding pattern here for a little bit. Although Otacon will be spawning topside here in the next 30 seconds or so. So watch out, the team's likely going to be looking to get vision in and around that.
Yeah, neither team is really getting set up for it right now, but it looks like Princeton will have the pressure on the top side before the Otacon spawns. So Omega with a slight lead if they want to play that objective. Which against a scaling comp, I think you kind of have to.
Yeah, you have to try and push your advantage early. Not get there in the end. Knife's Edge, again, I know you've been saying that all series. Probably sound like a broken record, but 300 gold is a pittance that separates these two teams at this point. We are 20 minutes into Game 5 of the Financial League Finals. Lanza maybe spotted out there a little bit more than they wanted to be. Gonna get thrown into the wall, but deal some nice damage back. I feel like if you do that trade while someone else is nearby, you really lose, though. Speaking of someone else being nearby... Oh, Princeton.
Oh, and this poor Lulu walks right into their demise.
Wow, that was fast. 2-item, LeBlanc, full burst. Gets themselves a kill from a bush of death.
And I guess this is the narrative in this game so far. We have a 3-kill LeBlanc. Can probably one-shot any of the carries on the side of SYN. Maybe besides that Jax and that Mundo. But it really comes down to how they're able to play these team fights. We haven't seen like a full team fight yet. As the top laners want to duke it out a little bit. But nothing too crazy there.
I have to hope we'll get a team fight, perhaps over Otacon. Maybe over this next Drake spawning in the next 2 minutes and 5 seconds. That is being pinged out here by Fallen Artemis on the Trundle. But 2 items completed here for the Mundo. Going to be so tanky. But it doesn't matter, I guess, if he's tanky if the LeBlanc just kills your whole backline. That is an answer.
I'll really be looking at Princeton. You know, Princeton has been very good in this series so far, and LeBlanc is one of those high agency carry mid laners. Not like the passive way, you throw out damage, you sit in the back line. LeBlanc likes to get it done. Very feast or famine here. And so far has been playing it very well.
Yep. Definitely in good hands here on this LeBlanc. 900 gold, the lead here for Mega Gaming UncLeashed. Minute and 8 seconds on the Mountain Drake, which would put UncLeashed at Soul Point, or would bring side of Sin City into parity.
Indeed, and a small lead, about 1,000, still maintained here for Omega. This whole game, it's felt like they've had a gold
Princeton
lead,
actually
but
might be in a little bit of trouble
haven't
here.
too much for it.
No, it's a LeBlanc. You're not ever in trouble as LeBlanc. Why would I even say that?
Yeah, that is the one advantage of having a LeBlanc R5 here. They don't really have any good CC for LeBlanc. There's no point and click. There's no Maokai to follow you. LeBlanc can kind of do whatever she pleases.
Yeah. LeBlanc goes where she pleases? I do like the artillery usage here from Lukwei. The cleavers are also landing quite nicely. Princeton on the flank, not going to find anything. Dragon spawns. Things coming out here is Vicro. Going to be on the receiving end. That mid wave going to be crashing into the tower now. 9k dropping. not dropping fast. Looking for the flank. Vicro and Princeton. Now Dragon's Health dropping precipitously low, 4K. Falling down, that's going to be a crash down. That's going to be huge! But flashes out are going to be relatively good. And here comes the Moonlight Vigil. They claim the Drake. But on the backside, Lanza slays Princeton. And they say, hey, we can take this opportunity. Maybe we get mid-turret. Maybe we get Otacon. So they lose the neutral objective. But I think they win the overall engagement.
But Princeton has TP. If they rush right there, they may be able to contest it and still have their LeBlanc on map with them. That was a really, really good Magnet Storm. Unfortunately, bullet time was a little out of range. There wasn't a lot of follow-up there.
Yeah, it's dying a lot, and I like Lanza on the flank here. Lanza is going to join in the fray. Fallen Artemis looking to go through. It's going to be so tight. Smite goes through. Who claims it? It's Hui! Fallen Artemis now might be in a little bit of trouble. They're going to look to simply disengage. They're going to go forward on to Not Important here, who I don't think will die.
They're looking for the long flank. They have Princeton
Lanza
now too.
walking back in. I'm not sure that's where you want to be. Uses the Counter-Strike, but is eventually going to fall. Now Triple Net going to be moving with Lost.
Look at the Snar.
Ooh. Double kill there for Kiwi. That's, you know, a little bit of a back turn on that pedal from Lanza. And it might actually be... Is it Baron? They do a bunch of damage.
They know Not Important's in base. There's 2 dead. Lanza does have the TP, but I don't think they get back here in time.
Yeah, it's just gone. Oh, that's quite the trade. I mean, it was Dragon for mid-turret Otacon, but then it was Dragon mid-turret Otacon, Dragon plus Baron for mid-turret Otacon.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good if you're Omega right now. We'll see. Their Baron usages hadn't turned up too much of an advantage in the last couple games.
It is kind of hard to use Baron
position,
here.
They are ahead, and they may be able to pressure just a little bit harder. With Kiwi ahead, with Princeton ahead, they still have their Wombo. See what they can do.
King's coming through. They want to fight here. They're looking to pick bot lane. Maybe trying to catch Lanza out. Lanza sniffs it.
They are able to pressure, but splitting it with only 2 lanes means that top lane is untouched right now. That's why oftentimes you'll see a 1-3-1, but with no teleports available for Omega, they want to keep it in the 2 lanes.
Oh, Artemis has to be careful here. Using that ultimate, though, is going to get him a lot of healing from Not Important. That is one advantage of the Mundo being on the enemy team.
Indeed. But Mundo still not really feeling the effects of it, just healing back up with that health regen. They're keeping the Baron pressure up, but still no towers taken with this buff advantage.
Ooh. We'll show them all. Just be careful. It's going to be fine. King's going out. TP. Jax looking for the flank here. They're going to run down. Quay W is going to find some damage onto Kiwi there. They sniff it out well enough for the flank, and I do think Baron should be ending any moment now. Powered recalls coming off.
Yeah, not a lot of value gained there. Princeton does stay out on the map to clear one more wave to push with that Baron. But I don't think any of these towers are going to be going down. So they got some pressure with the Baron, but not really any gold to show for it.
Yeah, and then still wearing purple for a moment. Those lasts a little longer. A minute, 3 seconds here on the straight. We'll do the next thing. Could be Mountain Soul. Pretty solid win rate soul here for Omega. Could be not. Have to see what ends up happening. They didn't quite execute last time the Wombo. It was a nice crash down from the Rel, but there were a lot of flashes available for the side of Sin City. Those flashes going to be up again, I think, for this next Drake play.
They should be very, very shortly after this dragon spawns, or about exactly when it spawns.
Lanza actually going to be the target, though, and Lanza taking a ton of damage is just going to get popped. by Princeton there. So that's going to be that mid laner doing well. And then we'll show them all in the mid lane. Trying to get the return kill, but isn't going to be able to find it. Now flash forward. Kiwi throwing him away. Not important going to be here, but now it's 3 versus 5. And here comes the crash down. Nice! Wild growth. Try and keep Canela alive, but Princeton doing so much work from these sidelines.
Yeah, that was just 2 free picks there for Omega. Now they get the Mountain Soul to top it all off. And they did get both major carries, actually all 3 major carries on the side of SYN because they got Lanza as well at the beginning of that. So, well, well played by Omega on that play. Princeton putting in a lot of good work here on the LeBlanc.
Yeah, it has been a mid lane series. Mid laners have been very, very impactful throughout this entire match. Princeton here showing their stuff in Game 5. However, we talk about scaling. I do still think SYN are in this game. Mountain Soul, the additional EHP does make it harder. But Mundo, Jax, Helios, Sway, Lulu, all these champs go very well as we get into the late game. And LeBlanc can only get so much money. Big Crow could be the target here. Fallen Artemis could be going forward. You have to watch Princeton on the side. DP's coming through. Lonzo walking up. Things are going to be okay, but let's take stock of what was used. It was just ult for ult from the junglers. And flash.
Yeah, and we'll see. Still no flash on Canela. We do have a flash on We'll Show Them All. Hopefully Omega is tracking that and they know. I think Canela is their best target in this next team fight. Baron spawning in about 40 seconds here. Gotta make sure if they get this buff, I think it could lead to a game-ending team fight. But we'll see if they can get it.
Be really interesting. You know, we do have that game-ending buff looking at the 4-minute and 13-second in the future.
It's a level 17 LeBlanc, 3 levels up on Canela at this moment. Very, very ahead. Definitely running this game is Princeton.
Yeah, Canela, you have to be careful. Canela gonna get popped.
Oh, just like that.
Alive and now, not important. Quite tanky, but you can't sustain a barrage for that long. Now we'll show them all looking to do the damage, and actually that's going to be a nice counter-strike. Triple F gets deleted. We'll show them all trying to dodge, trying to dip, duck, dive, and weave, but it's just not going to be quite enough. And Princeton doing so much damage here, and I think they're going to look to do the Baron.
Yeah, I think not enough time to push mid and get that tower, not enough to get an inhib. So just take the Baron, get back on the map, pressure it again. But man, Princeton just running these fights. No one really to shut down this LeBlanc. Just being able to one-shot anyone and anyone, anyone and everyone that comes on the screen. And this is the big purple worm claim for Omega.
Yeah. Carrying that worm with the Trundle can do a lot of structural damage. I think they just need to win one more fight, which they certainly have the wallets to do here.
Now, hopefully they can get some pressure out of the map. They do have Princeton's teleport, so they might be able to go for a 1-3-1. Actually get all lanes buffed up with this Baron. But they also don't want to split their strength too much. If they split and get picked, that's an easy way for SYN to get back in this game.
Yeah. SYN down, certainly not out. Looking for any angle, any opportunity, trying to keep those waves pushed. Princeton. See, going for that bot turret.
Yeah, so much pressure with this Baron.
Blue team's turret has been
Is able to claim that turret as we see Kiwi on the other side of the map. Kiwi's teleport coming up soon as well. Pressuring all 3 lanes very nicely with this Baron and almost to a 10,000 gold lead here. Very, very sizable lead here for Omega.
Yeah. No, yep, Fallen Artemis just gonna bonk that turret once. Loses so much HP.
That poke doesn't do much with this Mountain Soul helping Omega out. Got Lanza in here with the teleport, but Princeton still on the side. So hard to catch this.
Lanza gonna go forward using the Counter-Strike. The Counter-Strike doesn't work against abilities. Goes golden, flash over the wall. Bikro looking for it. Lanza's still gonna stay alive for now. That inhibitor will fall. But if that's all that happens off of that, it's not the worst thing in the world. Moonlight Vigil's gonna go wide. 10k. It's just about the gold lead. 9k and some change.
And it will be this Elder spawning in about 15 seconds here. If they get this LeBlanc will just enter a new level of crazy.
Yeah. We are gonna see Wild Growth can be utilized. Keep Lanza alive for now. Will be important, but when the basic rotation of spells from Princeton does so much damage, it's hard to see how you get through. Kiwi gonna be the target. Elder started up. Magnet Storm gonna be utilized, but not quite gonna find anyone. Bullet time. Buying space, but not important. And it's just Slay Vikro. Princeton falls as well. This could be what they're looking for. The Elder is up. Princeton is dead. Vikro is dead. But they're TPing into the base, and someone has to go and respond. Lanza channeling that recall, but I think Adjustment's going to try and stop them. Lanza has to channel recall somewhere else.
Oh, it's
However,
a base race.
The dragon is falling, and it's falling fast. They're going to claim it. It is a base race. We have to see. Gnar on the Nexus. But surely, Lanza gets here in time. The Counter-Strike is good, and the death from the dragon's maw flies forward. And now, pings for the base, but you have to be careful. Princeton spawning in 23 seconds. And Elder or no, we've seen how this fight can go for these teams before. I think if they're going to win, it has to be here.
This is their chance. They have the Great Neutralizer. They have that Elder buff. It's just a matter of how well they can play this next fight. If they can get those picks, if they can get that damage, this might be the game in this all-important game number 5.
Yeah. It's so hard, though. Princeton on the flank. Not important, doing a good job. Being a bulwark here for the team. It's tough to get in. It's hard. And how much time left on the Elder? Can you tell me?
Let me see if I can click on them.
Because it looks like they're backing off. It looks like they're calling it a day.
They have just over half of the Elder left.
They're calling for a reset. They're saying we get one more push.
Yeah, I guess they didn't want to overplay as they had done.
They did get a
few times
lot of
before.
gold. Like a lot of gold.
They did. That 10k almost lead has turned to about 3,000 here. So they're still down, but barely compared to how they were down before. That Elder buff really did equalize a lot for these two teams.
Yeah,
And
they still
again,
have it
in the
for a
last
moment.
game of this series, it's nail-biting, tense, close game.
Yeah, they will have to deal with those supers in the bot lane at some point. No heal cut on Omega's team? Really? Wow. That's a good call out. They have no heal cut.
Yeah. Against the Redemption, against Mundo. It's crazy.
They see Princeton on the flank, they're going to try and go for it. They know that he's such an issue. Now Jax, having dealt with that bot wave, comes in. Baron going to be spawning up.
Still just a little bit longer on this Elder. If they can make use of it in this team fight, it matters a lot. It's just
Crash
about
down,
this
but
fight.
Counter-Strike's going to be good. They still have the Elder for a moment here, but it just falls off. The orb has only reduced like 600 healing. So tense. Lanza. Going a little forward. Looking at this purple worm as their lunch. We'll show them all. I think just starting it up solo. Late game 80 carries. You know, not important. Not going to be the target. Has that ultimate. He's going to use it. Pops the gray health, but just gets taken out. And I think...
And that's our jungler gone for SYN.
Yeah, they're just pinging end. They're just saying, it's 4v5 now. We can end the game. They have bad base spots. We need to go forward. And... ooh, it might be close. This mid inhib will fall, but... I don't know if it's the game.
They might just have to back off and go for the Baron. It's so hard to force a fight like that. Especially when you don't know what sums they have. You know, you're worried about this Lulu shields, wild growth. The safer option is the Baron. And after how you were so close to losing, just
they have a LeBlanc trap. But I think they're just going to give the Baron, which is tough when you have one inhib down and one inhib open.
It is.
But
that's another Baron over to Omega here.
2 minutes until the next Elder. Neither of these teams want to lose. I mean, if there's any testament to how evenly matched these two are, I think it is this game. You know, I mean, this whole series, it's been roller coaster back and forth. We've seen Elder fights go one way, and then the ultimate fight go the other. We've seen, you know, crazy plays. We've seen Barons. We've seen it all, and I think almost every game I have said the words a knife's edge or a razor's edge because it's been close. There hasn't been a game where I think you can fully count either team out. There just hasn't.
Indeed. And I mean, that's how these teams like to play, apparently. They like to go risky, they like to go big or go home, and at the end of this game, one of them will be going home without being the winners of this financial division.
They won't get a Discord title.
You can tell how bad they both want it.
Mm-hmm. Right now, Omega Gaming Uncleashed just pulling the slow crushing advance of the purple worm. But one thing
does
is,
have a lot of wave clear.
Lots of wave clear available. And the other thing is, Princeton is almost at the point where they cannot get stronger. Once that Zanya's is finished, that's it. We'll show them all. Flash away. Rail engage isn't good. Not important now going forward. Lots of damage going to come through, and that's going to be the rail dying. A nice bullet time, but Jax goes golden. And now damage coming through. Kiwi going to be the next target. It's a Mundo Aphelios combo. The Aphelios is quite... oh my goodness! I'm not sure what happened. But we'll show them all. Gets popped. And now Lanza left to try and pick up the pieces. They're going to try and take out Kiwi with them. One last kill for the road. But that's going to be it. Omega Gaming.
That will be the end of the financial finals. Well played, Omega.
Okay, I need sleep.
Me too.
Ooh, my goodness.
GG's. That was a crazy series. Well played by both of those teams.
Thank you everyone for joining us here this evening at the Low Budget LCS. I have been Popova.
And I have been Bosket. It's been very fun to cast this best of 5.
Yeah, thanks for coming out. Thanks for sticking with me. And why don't you just go ahead and rip us out with your classic catchphrase?
Oh.
Oh wait, we gotta find someone to raid. Hang on. There'll be someone to raid, right?
Hopefully.
Who should we raid? Is there any? I don't know. I don't know who Beerman Stan is, but for some reason they're in my recommended. So we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
All right, now you can take us out with your classic catchphrase.
See, I've had this happening multiple times. I don't know if I was supposed to prepare a classic catchphrase or if this was expected. But
I'll just whatever comes to mind.
GG's. Next time, pick Vi.